Hello, guys and gals, and welcome. So, I got my Steam Deck the other day. As you know, I have an unboxing video that just went up, and it may not be the most popular thing on a Diablo 2 related channel, but one of the things that I want to do is play Diablo 2 on my Steam Deck, and I want to see how it plays. So, this what that you're looking at right now is actually my Steam Deck desktop, and we're gonna play some. We're gonna play some Diablo. We've got. I've actually have two keyboards and two mice right now. Like, so I've got one for my main computer, and I've got another set of keyboards and mice for my Steam Deck, and we're gonna have some fun with this today. I did do a little bit of stress testing on the Steam Deck, and that was kind of interesting. It held up surprisingly well, and I was actually pretty surprised at like just how in general it worked out. Um, like frame rate rise as well as the like temperature and things like that, all of which seem to work out fairly nicely in terms of like the overall performance. And it was pretty stable too. I didn't have any issues, but obviously we're gonna test the stability a little bit, more heavily now with the live stream. So obviously, if it crashes during the live stream, we're gonna find out pretty quickly whether or not it can handle, the general strain. And give me just a second here. I'm trying to get everything set up for the live stream, but we're getting there. And I want to make a really cool thumbnail because who doesn't like really cool thumbnails? Really cool thumbnails are the freaking best. I got some really cool thumbnails, and they're the red. I got the da na 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 na. All right, let me pull some of the data from one of my other janks. There we go, and I just need to set up the thumbnail. We'll be good to go. Let me do a silly pose for the thumbnail. How about that? Hold on. Hold on. Can I get my hand in there? Hold on. There you go. There's my pose. There's my pose for the Steam Deck. There you go. I got it. Perfect pose. Yes. Absolutely 100% perfect. Because who doesn't like silly faces? Silly faces are the best, not the rest. Silly faces are the best. I need a different color other than red. Streaming with the Steam Deck. There we go. Look at that. Beautiful, beautiful thumbnail. Beautiful thumbnail of beauty. You should have pre-ordered the Steam Deck touring about 11 months ago because that's how long it took me to get mine. So if you're thinking about pre-ordering it today, you better make sure you pre-order it today. Otherwise, you're not going to get it until like next year. The longer you wait, the longer you wait. All right, let me put out a tweet and a Facebook post, and then we'll be good to go. I want to show you guys like kind of like how I get into Diablo and stuff like that too. So we'll play around with it. Is it worth it? That's the question we're gonna explore together, Tony T. Eh, it's so much work making posts and clicking on things and doing stuff. You guys don't know how much work it is. God, always making me work. Always making me work. All right. So let me swap out my mouse and keyboard here, and then we'll be good to go. I got two sets of mice and two sets of keyboards, so it's a little silly. I kind of like was thinking about picking up a what would I call it? A kind of like a swapper. I was thinking about trying to pick up like maybe like a mouse and keyboard swapper, so I could just use the same mouse and the same keyboard. And that way I wouldn't have to worry about like swapping back and forth between the mice and keyboards at all, because I could just, you know, I could just like click a little button and swap back and forth between like the mouse and the keyboard on the PC and the Steam Deck. Um, I mean, it's all very interesting. Obviously, I changed my wallpaper. I got a little calculator up here. This is Linux, of course, so this is not Windows, and it does mean that this does function a little bit differently than you might otherwise expect. And there's that. There's a whole lot of different things going on, and we're gonna play with it, and eventually we'll figure it all out. I've got Elden Ring on here, which is pretty cool. It actually plays quite well. I also got a 8-bit Do controller, one of my really nice 8-bit Do controllers hooked up, so I can play with that if I want to. We might test that out. Who knows? But Diablo 2 is best played with a keyboard and mouse, right? That's what I've always said. It's always best been played with a keyboard and mouse. So let's see if we can get Blizzard Launcher to work. Sometimes I have a little bit of issues getting Blizzard Launcher to work, and usually what I have to do is I have to exit Steam. And then once I exit Steam, I wait a little bit, and then I open Steam back up. And then once I open the Steam back up, then I try the launcher again. And a lot of the times it'll work. Um, Once it's going, I usually don't have any issue with it. I don't really know why sometimes it doesn't want to work, but sometimes it just doesn't want to work. And but it's a work in progress. I got to figure everything out. Blizzard is BattleNet Launcher is not exactly a Steam game, so there's also the issue there that we have a game that's basically not a Steam game trying to run on Steam through like Proton Launcher and a bunch of other crazy things that are going on. I actually have a video on how to get BattleNet Launcher working. Although, as you can see, even my BattleNet launcher doesn't always work. Let's try rebooting the Steam Deck real quick. Sometimes that helps. So we're just going to go ahead and reboot it real quick, and then we'll try and pull it up again. I'm not exactly sure why sometimes it doesn't work, but whenever it does work, like I said, it works like a champ. I'll have to put some more research into this. I've literally only had it for like 2 days, so you'll forgive me. I'm running this through the Elgato capture card, by the way. And I prefer to play in desktop mode because desktop mode has higher fidelity than, for instance, the regular game mode. So when it boots back up, it's going to boot back up, I believe, into the regular game mode. And I can show you that for a second. The regular game mode is a little odd. It's kind of like Steam Big Picture mode. It's kind of like you're running a console. It's less like a computer and more like a console. It's interesting. Um, it's not like uh, a PC at all. It's not like Steam. Like I said, if you've ever played Steam Big Picture mode, Steam Big Picture mode is the one that actually kind of would resemble that. And Hmm. Is it going to boot back up, or is it just going to take forever and do nothing? Like, because this is a really long time for nothing. See, are you booting back up or no? Do I need to press the power button? Did you shut down instead of restart? The hell's going? What the ham biscuit is going on here? I think it shut down instead of restart because I held down the power button for like 2 seconds and it started to come on. I mean, I've had computers in the past, back when I was younger. Literally, you would hit the restart button and it would just shut down and it wouldn't turn back on. And am I getting a Dell? I build my own computers, EPL banter. I always build my own computers. I don't ever or buy pre-mates. All right, so here we go. So now we're in the big picture mode, like the Steam big picture mode. It's got all my games on here. This is the game I'm going to be playing tomorrow, by the way. I don't know if you guys have seen this. It's called Stray. So tomorrow, look forward to a live stream of Stray. It's basically I'm not really quite sure how to put it. It comes out tomorrow. It's basically a game where you are a cat, like lost in a city with no people in it. Like it only has robots, and literally like it's just, I guess the cat's trying to survive. He's got a little backpack. He's doing his little cat thing, finding sunbeams to lay in and food to eat. I guess I don't know if there's any food in a city that's run by robots. Um, Apparently he has a robot with him that lets him like translate his meows into robot speech, which is really weird, and he can like talk to robots and stuff. So that should be interesting. I don't want to open the BattleNet launcher from here because this resolution that we're currently on right now is like 1280 by 800. It's like a 16 by 10 resolution. Not only is it not really that high fidelity, it's like 800p. Um, I don't really want to play in 800p, and I also don't like the black bars that appear on the left and the right hand side. While I'm obviously in this mode, so we're gonna hold down the power button here, and then we're gonna go to desktop mode right here. All right. Are you actually gonna launch this time? Of course, as soon as I do the live, like it worked just fine earlier, and as soon as I do the live stream, it's just gonna be a pain in the butt, right? That's just how it's gonna work. It's just gonna be a pain in the butt for no reason. Let me try taking out the mango HUD command, which I put in earlier. And also, let's try an earlier version of Proton. I don't think you should ever rock 2 Ravenfrosts unless you just have like massive attack rating issues. People rock Ravenfrost because it has the they cannot be frozen. It's the main reason why people run it. I don't know about anything else. Well, this is disappointing. Let's try exiting Steam again. We'll give it one more try. I mean, ideally, depending on what kind of character you're looking at, you really want a ring that supports your build. So, like, for me, my second ring, other than Ravenfrost, is a ring specifically designed around my character. So, like, it's dual leech. It has resistances. You know, it has like min damage, things like that. Like, you can get some pretty sexy rare rings. A rare ring is probably going to be a better choice for a physical boson. And you can also find rare rings that have magic find on them. So they go up with like, I think it's like 25% is the maximum. I have no idea why it's not working. Like it's really kind of blowing my wig back because it worked just fine earlier, and so now I'm on live stream and it's like no, we're not doing it. We're not doing it. Nah. It's like nah. Nah, you want to work? Nah, we don't want to work. Nah, you're not allowed. Nah. Nah. Can I just work? No. Are you sure? I can just try to work? You just if it's okay, I just just launch the game. And then once it's open, it's fine. Like I don't get it. Like it's but like getting it to open up is like half the battle. And then once it actually opens up, it's like, "Oh, okay. Well, I guess we'll do things properly now." Makes me want to like look, there we go. There we go. Just like that. And now it's open, and now we don't have to worry about it anymore. And it will stay open the entire time while we're running. You just don't close the BattleNet launcher. And so now we have our BattleNet launcher open, and we're gonna go ahead and play some Diablo. Let's go. Let's go. Finally. Finally, after 10,000 years, 1,007,005. Bing, 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 bing. Bing, 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 bing. So I played around with the settings. I can get a 1920 by 1080 in here, obviously. The settings are kind of low. Not gonna lie. It kind of defaults to like garbage. It kind of defaults to garbage. I also set a frame rate target of 30 because I want to make sure that it stays at least 30 FPS. But 1920 by 1080 is fine. I'm not going to be mad at that. I'm also going to put a frame rate cap now that I know like what kind of speed this thing runs at. I'm just going to put a frame rate cap of 60. Just simply because I know. I'm getting a Dell with my super chat. Dude, you're getting a Dell. How about that? We're going to get you a Dell Optiplex 940. A Dell Optiplex 940, buddy. Wait, $9.99? We can totally get you a Dell Optiplex 940, all right? And you will rue the day. You will rue the day. Rue. Daying of the Ruing. So, honestly, I did a stress test of this game, by the way, and you guys might be interested in that video. I'm not. I think that video is coming out in a couple days. I don't have it ready yet. But basically, what I did was I went and I played on my Procazon. You guys remember my Procazon? My Amazon that literally has like every single skill known to man, like on pieces of equipment that literally allow her to just like absolutely murder. She she is insane in terms of like what she causes, like what kind of like mayhem she causes on the screen. And the Steam Deck actually held up pretty well. I was really surprised at how well the Steam Deck held up in those situations. And why is my oh, okay. Hold on, I gotta do some modifications here to the settings. I can see. Yeah, my Quizcast skills are not on. My active bindings are not on. Apply. Show life orbs. Show ammo count. Sure. Looks like nothing. Everything got set to defaults, I guess, because this is a new installation. Doesn't actually pull in any of my other information. And let me go ahead and make sure I got all this stuff set up. It probably doesn't have my... Nope, doesn't have these either. But it still kept my hotkeys, though, so that's interesting. So it kept my hotkeys, but it didn't keep any of my settings, which is just weird. Why would it keep my hotkeys but not my settings? You're going to save one thing, but you're not going to save anything else? Does anybody need a heraldic shield for a low-level pally? I found a 44 all-res, 9% enhanced. I don't know if any little low-level pally out there wants a shield. Just let me know. I'll drop it for you. It's not a big deal. I find the low-level pally shields with good resistances every now and then. 44 all-res on a level 12 pally shield is freaking epic. Alright, let's start out with something light, because I don't want to just like run in there and die if there's any technical issues, you know. And I'm trying to level up this guy. I don't want to just like crash and end up losing a bunch of EXP. So let's go do cows real quick. Cow sounds like a little bit of fun. Yeah, the graphics are a little crappy looking. Let me see if I can bump this up just a tad. Let me bump up the textures to high. And let me put 2x filtering. And let me put like base anti-aliasing. Because it's a little blurry. It's a little blurtery. A little blurry. Just a little bit. Oh yeah, let me hop into Discord over here, just in case anybody wants to chat and stuff. I forgot to hop into Discord chat. There we go, Kinship VC. I'll tell you one thing, it's easy on my computer, because my computer's not playing the game. The Steam Deck is playing the game. My computer's just doing the rendering. My computer can handle the rendering. What's up, Rockapishu? Your butt stinks, and you got jaundice. Why you got jaundice? Got that jaundice. Don't be jealous of his jaundice. He got that professional jaundice. What's up, Busy Grizz? Get wrecked. What do you mean I'm overburdened? Get away from me, turd. He dropped me a freaking gold skin. You're funny. You're funny right there. He's a very funny individual. Drop me a freaking gold skin. Bink. Gold skins are freaking great pieces of equipment, especially for low-level find item barbs or gold find barbs. It's just absolutely a sexy piece of equipment. I mean, have you ever actually taken a look at gold skin? You guys who may have like beaten this game 1,000 times, have you ever actually looked at it? Because it has really nice defense. It's only level 28. It has all resistances 30 freaking 5. Okay, Skin of the Viper Magi most of the time doesn't even have all resistances 35. And then it also has 100% extra gold for monsters, and then you can socket it and you can throw some even more crap in there. And then you can upgrade it 1 tier and the defense goes like through the roof. The gold skin is stupid. It's always been a stupid good piece of equipment. Like even back in the day, people loved putting on gold skin. Bink, 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 bink. Cow level moo. Ooh, I wonder how much EXP I get from the cows. I'm just gonna go out on a limb here, and I'm gonna assume like nothing. So okay, let's see. I currently let's write it down real quick just for lulz. So we currently have 2 billion. What is that? 851 million. 2,851,249,256, right? So we're just gonna go ahead and write this down, and then we're gonna laugh at how little EXP we get from the cows, because it probably will be next to nothing. Come a little closer, cowies. I feel like making you moo. On a bed of sweet mooing, I'm gonna lay you down and moo. 'Cause I wanna moo you on a mooing moo. And I'm gonna take all your moos away. Come a little mooey, baby. I feel like laying you down. Oh, moo, 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 moo. Come on down and moo. I always love coming in here on like a Holy Shock or Holy Freeze or Holy Fire Paladin. You know why? Synchronized mooing. Okay? 2 words. Synchronized mooing. Because the Holy Shock hits them all at the same time, they all synchronizingly moo at the same time. Listen. Yes, synchronized mooing. You didn't know that you needed that in your life, but I have taught you otherwise. That synchronized mooing is the way.
It's locked.
For when all the cows moo at the same time, we can go into a rhyme and find our way through the day, and then we will make our pay. How does the controllers work? I mean, I would assume that I could just do this and then hook up my controller and probably just immediately start playing. There we go. It just connected, and oh, there we go. Now I'm in there like Flint. See, look at that. It swapped to controller setup like instantaneously. Of course, I don't have a controller actually set up for this character. I'd have to very quickly do a setup. So let's see here. We definitely need our conviction aura. We'll put that on. Put that on like the Y or X. Yeah, X sounds good. And then let's throw the holy shield on Y. That sounds like a good one for that. Let's throw Fist of the Heavens on that button. Let's throw Zeal on that button. So, screen went red. I thought I was getting murdered. I thought I was getting murdered, but what really happened was nothing. What else did I want to put on here? I guess I could throw on B. I could throw something else like charge maybe, or I could do teleport because I got the Enigma on right now. Let's do teleport. Dragonthorn the Dead over here. Okay. I mean, yeah, the controller works just fine. I mean, it just works just like regular controller. I mean, come a little closer, squirrely. I feel like squirreling you down. Picking up a bunch of junk that I really don't need. I really do prefer keyboard and mouse with Diablo, though, so. Swippy swap. A swippy swap, swap, a swippy swip, swap, a swip, swip, swap. You don't swap, it's gonna be a swap, swap, diggity, swap, wop, a diggity, swoop, swap, a diggity, bang. How much attack speed do you need for a Tesla then? I mean, honestly, not much, because usually on a Tesla you're using Crescent Moon, which is your main weapon. Crescent Moon is usually made in a phase blade. Crescent Moon also has 20% increased attack speed on it. So it's already a negative 30 speed base with 20% increased attack speed on it. And if you're going to be a Tesla, it's like your best weapon. And it's already really fast. So, like, I mean, not much. I can't remember exactly how much is not much, but like you're already gonna be really fast from just using the Crescent Moon, because it is such a fast blade. And that you can add in a little bit of attack speed here and there, like 20% on the gloves, or you could wear maybe like an armor that gives you a little bit of extra. But for the most part, when it comes to a Tesla, because you're running Crescent Moon, it's just like a really no-brainer. You've already got really fast attack speed anyway. Like yeah. I mean, I'm not gonna say that you couldn't like make it even better. I mean, you could throw on as much attack speed as you could, and you could get to that max breakpoint. I'm not sure if I'm reaching the max breakpoint or not, but honestly, my character doesn't have any issue killing anything. So. So it's actually kind of cool. Like at any time, I can Alt Tab, because this actually is kind of like a computer, right? So it is a Steam Deck. It is like a computer. It's like a Linux computer, not a Windows computer. But if I Alt Tab, look, there's my launcher. My start menu appears down here at the bottom. I got my time down here. Like I can open up Firefox while I'm playing. it legit functions just like a real computer would function, and it's actually really cool. I'm actually really surprised at how well this thing works. There is a system monitor down here, and I can show you guys that real quick. There's a system monitor. So this is my current system. It's using up 10.6 gigabytes out of 14.5. So I'm very high on the memory usage while I'm running Diablo II Resurrected. And as you can see, we've got about it's like 49 to 50% CPU usage constantly. It goes up to about like 60 sometimes, but seems to stay pretty steady there. As for the temperature, I've noticed that Diablo 2 doesn't really push the temperature very high. It seems to stay around 70 degrees ish. 70 degrees Celsius. It does drop into the 60s, and sometimes it goes up into the 80 degrees Celsius range, but for the most part it seems to float around like high 60s, low 70s, as far as that goes. I'm a computer nerd. I'm a nerdy one, Mr. Mentor. He's got a pocket protector. Oh, Mr. Mentor likes to play with toys in his basement, Mr. Mentor. He's got a computer hooked up to another computer with a graphics card baking in the oven. Oh, that's an interesting head. +3 decrep, +1 lower res. Would be a little bit better if it was +3/+3, but oh, that's the hell bovines being real silly. Come on down, and I'll tell you willy-nilly. Clicking on your jank and opening up your stuff and pushing on the buttons and clicking on the rocks and do 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 do. So, the thing that I'm impressed with the most, and this is kind of what I was scared of, is that the Steamdeck really does just feel like I'm playing on the computer. Like, I can't tell that I'm not playing on a computer. There's no, like, clunkiness to the interface. The keyboard and mouse work perfectly. Like everything is working as it should. There's no like, oh well, you know, it works okay, but the mouse feels a little sluggish, or you know, it works okay, but the keyboard doesn't really work because certain hotkeys don't work. No, everything works. Everything. Like it's as if I'm just playing on a computer. Like there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. It's just I'm playing on a computer and that's it. All the keys, the escape key, the space bar. Once you hook up the keyboard and mouse, it's like a seamless transition from a device that's basically a handheld device and into a device that's now, you know, like your little, you know, your little pet computer, I guess. And the really cool thing that I'm seeing here, and I know the price of this thing is a little high. I hate to sound like some sort of advocate for the Steam Deck, which is not really what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to be the Steam Deck's advocate. But what I am trying to do is kind of like express the coolness of this device. So let's look at it in a different way. If I wanted to go out and purchase a laptop right now, a laptop that would play Diablo II Resurrected fairly well, that you know, about this same fidelity, it would probably cost me anywhere between I'm just gonna like spitball here because I've looked up prices before. It's probably gonna cost me anywhere between $1,000 to $1,500 to get myself a halfway decent gaming laptop that can perform this well. The Steam Deck, the base model only costs like $400. You're not even gonna come close to what this thing is doing for $400. I got the higher end model, the 512 edition, but I've heard that the lower end model works just fine because you can upgrade the M2 hard drive, the solid state, so you can upgrade it with a higher model. And even for $650, this is still a steal in terms of like PC gaming quality. And it really is like the cheapest option right now if you wanted to get yourself like a laptop. And I know this is not a laptop. I'm not an idiot. But it could basically function as a laptop. You can hook up a keyboard and mouse to it. You can turn it into what is basically a desktop, and you can use it that way if that's what you wish to do. So you know, it kind of is like if you wanted it to be. And for $400, it's honestly the cheapest laptop that you're going to be able to purchase that's actually going to be able to play games. And I think that's probably one of the coolest things about this thing. It's just that it has a very low price point for what is essentially a fairly nice computer. I mean, if we pulled up, let's say, like, I don't know, let's see, gaming, let's say cheapest gaming laptop 2022. Okay, let's just look that up real quick. All right, so we need a gaming laptop. So the laptop actually has to be you know, capable of gaming. And let's see, best cheap gaming laptops of 2022, PC Mag. Okay, let's go take a look at their list. 1,429, 1,254, 999. Acer Nitro 2022 12th Gen Core. That's the cheapest one on the list so far. Here we go. Lenovo IdeaPad Gaming 3i 748. So we have a. I'm not really sure what the specs on this thing are. We'll have to take a look at it. We got a 959 Evo LP7. I don't know what that is. But the other one we're looking at is cheaper. So let's take a look at the Lenovo IdeaPad. So we got a 2.6 gigahertz processor, 8 gigabytes of RAM. This has more RAM. It has basically 16 gigabytes, but it's kind of eaten up. So I've noticed that it doesn't actually represent 16 gigs. It represents like what did it say? It was like 14.5. So we've got 14.5 gigabytes of RAM. So this thing is only 8, so we have less RAM on this. It has the same hard drive capacity, 512 gigabytes. That's what this one is capable of. Obviously, this has a smaller screen because it's a handheld. It has a GTX 1650. So a 1650 is a pretty garbage processor. I'm sorry to insult any of you guys out there who have a 1650, but 1650 is not a good processor or a GPU. It's a very low-end GPU, and it's barely better than a lot of the older options. Let me give you an example. If you type in GTX 1650 versus GTX 760, which is a very old video card, you will find that the GTX 1650 is about equivalent to the 760. It's just a little bit faster than the 760. We're talking about like only about 56% faster in some scenarios, and it's only about 16% faster in other scenarios. Like, what it comes down to is that the 1650 is the bottom of the line for that particular bracket, whereas the 760 is not. And here's the other thing. This is the desktop 1650. You can't compare the desktop 1650 to a laptop 1650, okay? A laptop 1650 is always going to be inferior to the desktop version, okay? So when you're trying to compare like GPUs and things like that, when it comes to a laptop, the laptop is always running a shittier version. I hate to use curse words on this, but it's a crappier version of the same GPU that you would have at a desktop. So you can't go to the user benchmark for the desktop version and compare them, because the laptop version is always going to be inferior to the desktop version, unless you happen to have one of those rare laptops which has the 65 watt desktop version installed in it, and it's really rare. I wonder if they actually have the laptop versions on here, which you see it says RTX 3080 laptop. So this is specifically a laptop version of the RTX 3080. A lot of the times in the laptop versions, what they have is they're like 45 watt instead of 65 watt. Laptop GPUs, low wattage. Bink. So if we go here and we take a look, let's see here. So here's the laptop GPUs. Well, this is not really easy to read. Bink. All right, so here we have a comparison right here of an MSI laptop, which is an RTX 3060, right? And they're 85 watts, okay? And then the Acer Nitro has the same one, but it's a 95 watt. And then the Lenovo Legion has one that's 130 watt with the same graphic cards for roughly the same price. So we have 3 different versions of the same card. So the 3060 85 watt is most definitely going to be not as good as the 95 watt edition, and the 95 watt edition is not going to be as good as the 130 watt edition. The desktop version probably has the 130 watts. So this Lenovo Legion right here is running the desktop version, whereas the MSI laptops are running, like the MSI Katana and the Pulse are running the 85 watt version, which is basically a much crappier version of the same video card. And that's kind of what I'm getting at here, is when you look at these benchmarks, you have to keep that in mind, and you have to go, okay, well, you're also, looking at the fact that this might not necessarily be the full version of that card, and you're not going to get that kind of performance out of that particular laptop. Anyway, back to Diablo. I mean, I think I pretty much talked enough about that. I mean, it is a very good price point for a fairly good computer, and you're not going to be able to get much better than that for that price range. I'm not really sure what laptop you're going to get for $400 that can perform this well, and that's what I'm getting at. Maybe there's some like super deal where you like rip off your best friend for his his ridiculous laptop that he probably shouldn't have let go for $400, but that's that's completely neither here nor there. All right, so we cleared out the cow level, and let's take a look at how much EXP we got for clearing out the cow level. I'm actually really interested in this. So we had 2,851,000 to 2,851,000. You know what? Like, can we use our calculator? Yeah, let's use our calculator. Oh, the Windows key doesn't work to bring up the Steamdeck interface. That's sad. I want to be able to bring up the Steamdeck interface. Alright, let's take a look and see how much we got. We got 265,967. 265,967. So for the entire cow level, I basically got 16K. For the whole cow level, I basically got 16K. Pretty garbo, in my opinion. 16K for the whole cow level. And that includes the Cow King and everything else. How do you heal your mercenary? There's a couple ways that you can heal your mercenary. You can drag a potion over to the portrait, like this. Notice how it highlights, and then if I drop it on him, thanks. You'll see he says thanks. You can also hold the shift key. While you're holding the shift key down, if you use any of the potion buttons, they will feed to him. Obviously, he's not allowed to drink mana potions, so if you try and give him mana potion, he says he can't use that. So shift +1, it obviously doesn't work. Yeah, I'm on the Steamdeck right now. Also, you can click on the potions. So if you shift and click on the potion, it will feed it to him. I can't use that. You have to right click though. I can't use that. I can't use that. As you can see. Why don't I use Grief? Because I'm a Dream Paladin. Dream Paladins are much better off using a Crescent Moon by miles. Grief is not always the answer. Grief is oftentimes the worst choice that you could possibly put on a character. In fact, I would challenge anybody that is using Grief to second guess yourself and look for other options, because there's a very good chance you're not using the correct weapon. A Tesladin should not be using Grief. That is the wrong choice. The negative 35% enemy lightning resistance on it literally makes the Tesladin into an unstoppable killing machine, and not having it is silly. When I come across a monster that is lightning immune, I can break that immunity with conviction. But when I break the immunity, he's only like 90% lightning resistant. So 90% of all my damage is getting just ripped away. So if I'm going to run Dreams, I need additional negative enemy lightning resistance, and Crescent Moon's negative 35% enemy lightning resistance is amazing. Let me make this a little bit bigger, shall I? So I can actually see what you guys are saying. My Merc is running a Plague Phase Blade because I want the very nice cleansing aura along with the lower resistance. I stack everything together, so I got lots of negative resistance. He's also got the Flickering Flame for the fire skills, and he also gets the nice little fire aura, but it also gives him the negative fire resistance. Then he also has a Spirit. Eth, of course, because he can't wear it otherwise. And he's using a J-Mod Great Hauberk of the Whale with Coco and 2 fire facets for more enemy fire resistance and some plus fire skill damage. His J-Mod Hauberk of the Whale is kind of silly, isn't it? The Switch doesn't support Steam Link. I mean, Switch is a Nintendo product. That's kind of like asking for the moon. Nintendo has its own ecosystem. Most games have their own ecosystem. Look, you will never hear me talk bad about the Nintendo Switch. I mean, I'm gonna say it right now. The Nintendo Switch is probably the greatest thing that happened to gaming, like, bar none. The reason why the Nintendo Switch is so amazing is because during a time when everybody had kind of like moved on from the gaming scene. There was this moment where, like, you know, everybody was adults, everybody was just doing their own thing, like nobody had any time for anything. A lot of people would go to work, come home, and then not even play their system because, you know, by the time they got home they would be tired. And I was one of those people. I was a very tired individual. I was working my butt off all the time. I never had any time to actually play games anymore. And I got the Nintendo Switch, and I brought the Nintendo Switch to work with me, and I played on my lunch breaks. I played on my 15s. If I got stuck in the car somewhere for some reason, I would play my Nintendo Switch in the car. You know, like at the doctor's office when I was waiting on something, I would play in the doctor's office. And I realized that the Nintendo Switch fills a gap in a working adult's life. It's like it's something that you can take with you, and you can actually have a really fun gaming experience on the go. I played Hollow Knight on the Nintendo Switch. I played Zelda Breath of the Wild. I played the Mario Odyssey. I played all sorts of really cool games on there. And honestly, I'm like this is 100% the truth. The Nintendo Switch literally brought me back into gaming. Like it renewed my sense of awe and wonder in gaming, and made me come back to gaming. Because up until that point, I was kind of falling out of love with gaming. And just having the ability to play anywhere I needed to go was really cool. Since then, I've kind of fallen out of love with the Nintendo Switch, but it's because I've gotten back into PC gaming again, and now I'm a YouTuber, and I don't go all over the place. And you know, it's like, okay, well, I don't necessarily need a mobile device anymore because now I'm not working a main job anymore. Now I'm working YouTube, and so this is my main job, right? So it's become kind of a change of pace for me, is that I'm no longer like the average working adult that needs the mobile system. Now I'm a YouTuber who needs a system that hooks up to his computer that he can actually stream, you know, so that other people can see him playing. And that's not the Nintendo Switch's fault. That's a change in my own dynamic. And there are so many fun games on the Nintendo Switch. If you've never played Hollow Knight, and Hollow Knight is on multiple systems, by the way, but if you've never played Hollow Knight and you enjoy Metroidvania games, pick up Hollow Knight. Do yourself a favor and play some Hollow Knight. It is probably one of the best Metroidvania games out there, like bar none. And honestly, in my opinion, it's better than Metroid. This is still the Steamdeck, Aplex. We're still playing on the Steamdeck. Ooh, a Lemmy rune. I love Lemmy runes. Oh, Lemmy, Lemmy, Lemmy rune, I love thee. Oh, I see the Lemmy rune, give it to me. Who doesn't like Lemmy runes? You're a hoe. Come on down and let's freaking go, Lemmy, Lemmy. I got a rune, a Lemmy, Lemmy, just for me, a Lemmy, Lemmy. Give it to me. Lemmy, 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 can't you see? Lemmy, 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 oh yeah. Lemmy, 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 Lemmy. Got the Lemmy, 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 Lemmy. The Vile Husk. If you guys have never seen this sword before, it's an amp damage sword. It's one of the very few unique items in the game that has amplified damage on it. And it's very, very interesting. It's not exactly one of my favorite weapons in the game, but it's an interesting sword. Honestly, I love Metroid, okay? So don't get me wrong when I say this, because I've played Metroid, I've played Super Metroid, I've played Metroid Prime 2, Metroid Prime 3. I've even played the new Metroid, Metroid Dread. Hollow Knight is a... Yes, I am using a mouse. Sorry, my throat's real dry. Hollow Knight is honestly a reinvention of the Metroid like Vania formula. It doesn't just like some other games that come into the Metroidvania realm are just kind of like copying other Metroidvanias. That's not what Hollow Knight does, in my opinion. Hollow Knight kind of reinvents the Metroidvania wheel almost entirely. And it does it very well, and it does it very beautifully. If you guys have never actually seen Hollow Knight, I do actually have a playthrough on my YouTube channel. I haven't finished it. I always intended to finish it, but I was having a lot of issues with the Elgato capture card at that particular time. And I have since fixed all my issues with the Elgato capture card. So maybe I should revisit Hollow Knight at this point. But let me post my Hollow Knight playthrough on there. It's been quite a long time. They might not be the best quality videos because I've made a lot of progress on YouTube, like since I started, like to the point where I look back at some of my old videos and I'm like, what kind of crack was I smoking at that particular time? I think there might have been some crack involved. There might be a little bit of ganja. Bink. Why are none of my Hollow Knight games in a freaking playlist? What the hell? Are you kidding me? I never put them in a playlist, I guess. That's interesting. Never put them in a playlist. That is very interesting. Or maybe they are in a playlist and I'm just a big silly head. Anyway, I'm just going to link the first episode because why not? There you go. That's the first Hollow Knight episode if you want to take a look at it. If you don't, that's cool too. I'm not going to force you to do things. I mean, Nintendo 64 was great. I love my Nintendo 64. I used to play that thing all the dang time. All the dang time. Not just the dang time, but all the dang time. All the dangity dang dang. All that dang old time. I used to play it literally all the time. You know what? Let's go ahead and craft up these gems real quick while I've got the chance. Oh, Jimmy, 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 can't you see? I just need to put you in the cube for me. I need to transmute. Are you up to date? Cause you taking all my inventory space away. Oh, Jimmy, Jimmy. Oh, why? Oh, Jimmy, Jimmy. GoldenEye 007 was amazing. Ocarina of Time was amazing. Battle Tanks was also one of my favorites from the Nintendo 64. Maybe one day we'll play a little bit of Battle Tanks just for fun. I always thought Battle Tanks was a great game. There was a lot of really good Game Boy games too. There's some gems. There's some gems in the Game Boy and the Nintendo DS and like stuff like that. It's, you know, stuff that like is just really cool. Immune to everything, Grand Visor of Chaos. Drop me some heavy boots, please. Yes, sir. My mana is melting away. I have no potions for the day. 'Cause they're mean and they steal every bit that I have. Ay. So I think back sometimes, and there was a moment when I was younger as a kid. Those of you who are probably around my age probably have had very similar situations to this, and you may very well understand. But there was nothing cooler than, you know, you went to your family's like holiday or something like that, and you know, you're coming home and it's really dark out, and you're driving down the interstate or wherever it is that you're driving in the city or something like that, and the overhead lights, you know, are there, and you've got your original Game Boy with no backlight, the green one, and you know, you're sitting there like playing your game by the overhead lights as you're driving, and like you're literally like going like this and following the light and then pausing it, and then going like this and following the light and then pausing it, and then going like this and following the light and then pausing it, and literally like you were just playing the game by street light, but the street lights were obviously, you know, coming and going. And that memory always sticks out to me with the Game Boy. Like, that was just one of the coolest things, like trying to play your Game Boy in like the complete darkness. Those of you who've had the original Game Boy probably know exactly what I'm talking about. Talrashes. I found a Talrashes, boys. I found a Talrashes. Hey, don't be rude. Don't be rude. Rude, don't be rude. Probably does strain the eyes. Oh, let me out of there. Infector of souls. Infector of your soul. Infector of his soul and their soul and everybody's soul. And who doesn't like infecting souls? I mean, let's be honest. Everybody's infected souls these days. When I started infecting souls, it wasn't even the cool thing to do. But now everybody wants to infect souls. Sure, just because I infect souls, and everybody's got to infect souls now. But I was infecting souls when it was cool. I was infecting souls when people were unaware that their soul could be infected. So, you know, I did it first. And first is best. And best is first. Best is first and first is best. Best and best and best. Best is first and first is best. Yes, sir. A towel's belt and a poignard. A poignard. It's a poignard. What's wrong with being old? We're seasoned, okay? We've got Lowry's seasoned salt spread all over us, okay? We're just seasoned. My brother was telling me about his experience, like playing with his sons. And how they're like, they get really picky, and how if he goes ahead of them, they get upset, and all sorts of silly stuff like that, and it, you know, it kind of reminds me that, you know, we're older, obviously, we're more experienced, we've got different tastes than we did when we were kids. He said one of his kids is like Mr. Speedy Gonzalez, like all he wants to do is go fast. Like, he doesn't do anything, but he wants to go like super fast. He's like, come on, let's go. He's like, come on, let's go. Come on, guys, let's go. Come on. And then the other one is like looking at every item and like picking up every piece of equipment and like examining them and reading the statistics and. What's up, buddy? I hear you like mudkips. Punks. Don't die, mercenary. I know you got amp damage on you, but don't die. Don't die. So here's a quick and easy lesson for you guys and gals out there in the Diablo verse. You see this rare poleaxe on the ground? Yeah. It's a poleaxe, okay? But It's the same base as a cryptic axe. It can be upgraded into a cryptic axe. You should be picking these up and checking them. What you're looking for is ethereal, amp damage, cruel, which is 250 to 300% ED, increased attack speed, lifesteal, fool's cruels, and in the right combination, if you find a really good version of these weapons, you upgrade it. You get the runes and you upgrade it to the highest version. And if you can find a fool's cruels F, lifesteal, amp damage polearm, it will out DPS anything you can make. A lot of people will look at items like that, and they're like, oh, it's just a normal difficulty item. Who wants that? And I'm like, dude, you can upgrade it. Like, it's... You can upgrade it. Like, look at it. Like, at least identify it and see if it's any good. And if it's a piece of garbage, drop it back on the ground. I was like, but like, leaving it on the ground just because it's a normal difficulty item is silly. Great bow, a full socket great bow. Yes, excellent. I need more mana potions. This is on the Steam Deck, Cosmic Happiness. We are on the Steam Deck. This is the Steam Deck. We are currently in Steam Deck land. I wonder if there's any, like, yeah, that is the this is the Steam Deck icon window. I'm trying to see if there's any other ways I can pull up the Steam Deck to prove to you. Prove to you. Oh, ye of little faith. Oh, ye of little faith.
I can't carry it.
Actually, if you go back in the stream, you'll see me launch the game from the Steam OS desktop. Ah, Trap Assassin. Any Trap Assassins need some jammies? Any Trap Assassins need some grand chammies? Some G chammies? Some gammies? Well, come on in and get it then. I'll drop it for you. I'm in GGM 3. I'm actually about to go to GGM 4, so you might need to go to GGM 4. I don't know. We'll see. Treads of Sithon. Treads of Sithon. Not even death can save you from me. Come on down, 'cause I really got to pee. Don't tell me what to do. Diablo is a poo. Ravenclaw. So, a lot of the times you'll see me pick up an item, okay, and drop it back on the ground. And what I'm doing is I'm looking for F, okay? So I'm looking for whether it is an ethereal item or not. If it's an ethereal item, I'm going to check it. If it's not an ethereal item, I'm not going to check it, all right? So this brandy stock right here can upgrade to a man catcher. Man catchers are amazing, okay? But if it's not an ethereal man catcher, there's a pretty good chance it's not going to be any good. So a lot of the times I won't ID a brandy stock unless it's ethereal. This one didn't roll any good, as you can see. I also got Ravenclaw here, a little Ravenclaw. Anybody needs a Ravenclaw for leveling up? These are great for leveling up characters. GGM fella. You know what? Let's do a swap game real quick because I got too much crap. Bink. If you guys want to join, it's going to be GGM swap, and the password is 16. GGM swap password 16. I'm gonna drop a bunch of jank on the ground here if anybody wants it. Got this Ravenclaw. Here's the Trap Assassin charm if anybody wants that. I'm pretty sure I got some other stuff. There's some vampire bones if anyone wants to craft up some blood gauntlets real quick. I got the Mavina's caster if anybody wants that. I got two really nice circlets here, a +2 sork with all resistances, life, energy. I also have a Barbarian with Mana Steel, Mana, all resistances, if anybody wants that. I have this All Resistance 44 Heraldic Shield, if anybody wants it for a lobby. Peasant Crown, a Gold Skin, those are all great. Frosties. I've got several String of Ears. Let me drop some of these String of Ears on the ground. I've got a, this is actually a really nice one. It's a 15% DR String of Ears with, MDR 13. It's nearly perfect. Mine is a little bit better with 1514 as opposed to 1513. And then I also have a 1314. If anybody wants some strings, those are great for melee characters. What else do I got sitting around that I can give you guys? Feel free to drop your stuff on the ground too if you want to drop some items. I mean, I'm not gonna like, yeah. And give me some P emeralds if you guys got some P emeralds. I need some P emeralds. Oh, well, thank you, Cortez. Appreciate it, man. You might want to hold off on a raid in the South America, though. You know, it doesn't turn out well for you. It doesn't turn out very well. What is a mentalist? What is that? Shadow disciplines? Ooh, I'll take that. I was thinking about making I was thinking about making myself an assassin eventually. Ooh. I'll lock me some janks. I got any more janks I can drop? I got some. Oh yeah, essences. I got lots of essences to drop. I always have a ton of these essences. I'm gonna drop them on the ground for you guys. Diablo essences, Bale essences. They're usually clogging up my inventory, like no tomorrow, and I need them gone. I need them not in my inventory. That's where I need them to be. Definitely in the knot. There's a dwarf star if anybody wants that. Let's craft up some doojanks. How about that? I'm gonna craft up some amulets real quick, and if I don't need them, I'll drop them on the ground. That's a pretty decent one right there. +1 pally, 7% block, 20 dexterity, 28 life. That's actually pretty sexy. I'll drop that for somebody. Oh yeah, I've also got this MF Ammy, +2 paladin with 22% MF. If anybody's interested in that, that one's a pretty sweet one. You know, if you're running an MF pally, which is, you know, not always the case, but all right. More emeralds. I need them all. I need all the emeralds. All the quantum emeralds. Emeralds. There's gonna be some good crafts. You watch. I bet you. I bet you we're gonna have some good crafts. Let's cross our fingers and hope to die and stick a needle in our eye, shall we? All right, we need some amulets. This is how the how it works. So I need amulets to actually do the craft. So our first craft, garbage. Wow, super garbage. That was some high level garbage there. Ooh, oh my goodness. I'm a little scared of that. Let's grab 3 amulets. That was some high level garbage, boys. Dang. They slapped me in the face with that one. They were like, here, have this garbage. +1 assassin with some magic fine. Not really that great. I need a, what do I need in there? A jewel? I need a jewel. All res 10 with 21 lightning, 8% block, 25 life. I mean, it's not terrible, but it doesn't have any plus to skills. It could be useful for a low-level character. It's only level 48. That one just is absolutely terrible. Level 88, and it's got like nothing on it. That one's not bad. +1 assassin with 8% block and a bonus to attack rating. No resistances, though, unfortunately. But it is rather low level, so that's not actually bad. Where's all my Thul? I got tons of Thul runes. Grab a couple more Julies. Oh, Lance Guard. That's a great shield. If you guys have never actually taken a look at Lance Guard, it is a very amazing shield. It has 20% deadly strike on it. I know you can't see it because my head's in the way. It's got 30% faster recovery and 20% deadly strike. Deadly strike is amazing for melee characters. It also has 50 life and 15% damage taken goes to mana. This is a very offensive shield. It is extremely offensive. So what you do is you socket it, you throw like a 15% IAS jewel in there with some increased damage or you know, like max damage or min damage or something like that, and you put this on a character that utilizes melee, physical melee attacks, and it's an absolutely amazing shield. Honestly, in some regards, it's actually better than a Phoenix because Deadly Strike is double damage, whereas Phoenix is just increasing your like, overall damage. Which is Deadly Strike is very nice to have. Deadly Strike does work on range, but you can't use a shield with ranged unless you're using throwing weapons. A throwing barb could be an interesting choice for that, but then you couldn't use double throw, so kind of meh. I think you able to rare one. +1 pally, 9 min, attack rating, resistance. Right, let me go grab another couple jewels. I should have plenty of jewels just sitting around. Alright. Oof. That's another terrible one. Level 94, too. Holy crap. 10% faster cast with 22 strength, but no plus to skills. That's unfortunate. And the last one of the day. +2 barb, 3% increased chance of blocking, 4 min, 22 lightning. Meh. Not really all that great. Steel Grand Charm of Balance, those are always great to have. This is actually a really sexy charm. If any of you guys don't have your faster hit recovery breakpoint settled yet, this is a huge amount of attack rating. It's kind of hard to explain how much attack rating that is because you need enchant and all your skills and everything. But like 117 can easily blossom out to like 1,000 or more attack rating, depending on your skill sets and if you're running enchant and all those other interesting things. So, you know, like, having the faster recovery on there with it is really sexy. Especially because it'll help you hit your breakpoint, which is what you're trying to do. Oh, I always have Atmoscara, but does anybody need an Atmoscara? A little bit of amp damage. Those are great to have on melee characters. And what else do I got? Oh yeah, Towels, Spine Ripper. You guys can have that. There's a very interesting Necromancer amulet. It's +1 Necro, 10% faster cast. It has 57 life, increased chance of blocking with some resistances. What else do I got hiding in here? I got a Nagel, 28% Nagel. If anybody wants a Nagel, it's not a bad Nagel. Ever try using the, what did you say? The blue amulets with 2 to 3 skills on them. For amulets, it doesn't matter what's on the amulet. It only matters what level the amulet is, what eye level the amulet is. So basically, how it works is you gamble the amulet from the shop to get the right eye level. That's how it works. You don't see block chance on amulets, Joy, because it's a crafted recipe. It's the safety recipe. I've been working on safety amulets for a while. I've been trying to get as many as I can to craft with. Let's see. Michael G. I am full-time on YouTube, yes. I do part-time work at Kroger right now, but eventually, if I can manage to make this into a larger thing, I can quit Kroger. How long did it take me to go full? It was about a year. It was like a full year. Actually, a little bit more than a year, honestly, if you count the time before I became monetized. So, like, before I became monetized at all and before I made any money whatsoever, maybe about 6 months before that. So let's say about a year and 6 months before I actually got to the point where I could, like, back off of work. I think we're pretty much done. I'm gonna go do some more seal popping. If anybody wants to join me on some seal pops, you're more than welcome to. I don't really care. More the merrier. It's more EXP for me anyway. So. Get some more jewels for crafting with. And let me go ahead and have to transmute up these real quick just for inventory space reasons. Don't need that grave spine. I like to clear out my inventory as much as possible. Really helps out later on when I'm trying to, you know, like figure out what the hell I'm doing with my life. Figuring out what the hell I'm doing with my life. I feel like Boazon and Javazon both suffer rather heavily from... Oh, okay. That's a screenshot button. All right. Hey, I can open up the... this is the Steamdeck interface, by the way. A lot of interesting little tools and stuff in here. It's interesting. If there's nothing to alt-tab to, it won't let me alt-tab. It's very strange. Hey, there's the Steam interface. Okay, so I can open up the Steam interface from here. That's kind of cool. I didn't even think I'd be able to do that. So the Steam overlay works. Yeah, I don't really like not having access to the shift key. Also, I was saying about the Amazon and the Javazon is you can't place your shots. It really sucks. Like, you can't place your shots. Placing your shots is like one of the most important things for that class. Like, you need to be able to place your shots correctly to be able to make everything work. And I've noticed that there's just like no shot placement with the Zon on the console. So you're just like, it just kind of auto aims for you, and it doesn't really aim correctly. So you're not really placing your shots where you want them to go. It feels very unintuitive, and it feels very, very blah. I actually, when I was talking about the console I actually said that. I'm like, the Amazon is not fun to play on the console. She's actually kind of boring. I would not play the ranged Amazon on the console. The melee Amazon, on the other hand, though, plays very well on the console. Eight max damage and 2 to 8 cold damage. That seems terrible. That's terrible. If you guys want to join me, I'm in game GGM1 password 16. You can magic find. You can come help me and do the seal pops. You can go kill Bale. You can do whatever the hell you want. It doesn't really bother me. I need more bodies in here to get more EXP, basically. So the more bodies that I have in this game, the better. Even if you're not even with me. Like, just come in and magic find. We'll have some fun. It's a matriarchal bow on the ground there. I kind of want to take a look at that. Stop being rude to my merc. Quit it. Quit it. Quit it. He didn't do nothing to you. 5 socket plus 1. They're good. I pretty much give away everything that falls on the ground, Sovereign, so... Like, for the most part, if you watch me play, I literally pick up the items, and then I go into a swap game, and I drop everything on the ground. He's using a Spirit Shield, a J-Mod Hallberg with a Whale with 2 Fire Facets and 2 Co-Runes, Flickering Flame, and a Plague. I mean, yeah, if we win Force Drops, how about, yeah, come on in. Power Rangers! Go Power Rangers! Go Power Rangers! Y'all see them Power Rangers? Man. Oh, we got Power Rangers everywhere up in here. Power Rangers here, Power Rangers there, Power Rangers here, Power Rangers there. Power Rangers everywhere, Power Rangers in your hair. Power Rangers on the floor, Power Rangers at the door, Power Rangers coming to rescue you. Ow. What the hell are you doing, Infector of Poop Face? Infector of Poop Face. I seem to have missed a seal. Grand Visor of the Chaos. He's immune to physical and fire, but I don't really care. Are you kidding me? I always loved the Power Rangers movies. Look, the Power Rangers movies were absolutely silly, and I loved every single one of them, and I don't care if nobody judges me. Every Power Rangers movie I've seen has been great. Alright, they have great formulas, alright? You know, it's like, the formula basically works like this. The Power Rangers fight X monster. X monster kicks their butt. They get into the Zords, and they try and fight the monster in his big mode. The monster destroys their Megazords, right? Destroys their Megazord. Like, in utter despair, the Power Rangers are hopeless. Their power gone, their Megazords destroyed, and then they go and they find you know, new powers, right? And then with the new powers, they have new Megazords, and the new Megazords are capable of defeating the enemy. And like literally, this is like all I can do. Like that's it. Like that's the end of it right there. Like that's it. The whole formula every single time is literally just that. Like on the storyboard, they literally just have the storyboard. It's literally written. It's Power Rangers fight, Power Rangers lose. Megazord fight, Megazord loses. Power Rangers in despair. Power Rangers get new powers. Power Rangers summon new Megazord. Power Rangers win. Like that's literally the storyboard for every Power Rangers like movie, and I freaking love it. +2 Ariox Needle. Not really a good one. Could be interesting though on somebody if you need if you're really desperate for a weapon. No good on that. Dust Shroud is never any good. Poopity poo-poos. Chunks is in the Throne of Destruction. I'm coming, Chunks. I ain't Chaos. Don't get murdered. Nice. Next game, GGM 2. Dude, the White Ranger, Green Ranger thing is like one of my favorite things in like the entire like Power Ranger cinematic universe, I swear. Like the whole thing was just brilliantly executed in my opinion. The Green Ranger was this mysterious ranger that nobody knew about. He was more powerful than all the other rangers combined. He literally kicked their butt on multiple occasions, and they only like would just barely escape alive. And then literally come to find out the Green Ranger was under some kind of spell, and then they like freed the Green Ranger, and the Green Ranger was on their side, and then come to find out the Green Ranger's power reserves were running out, and he was dying, and it was just like almost like on this. I was on the edge of my seat the entire time for the Green Ranger like thing, and then literally like. They're doing surgery on the Green Ranger, trying to see if they can make him survive, and like none of the other Rangers are allowed in there, and he's like literally getting like surgical like things done on him, and then finally he comes out and he's the White Ranger, and he's got a freaking tiger Zord thing, and I was like, yes, Tiger Zord. I don't even care. That shit was epic. To my everlasting chagrin, I actually had the what was it? It was called the Phoenix. Because later on he got his Megazord upgraded to the Phoenix, right? I think it was the Phoenix anyway. God bless it. Got like 8 people in here. It's a little bit more difficult than normal. I had that Megazord. I freaking love that Megazord. Funny story. And this is something else that I'm ashamed of. So when I was a kid, my mom bought me that Megazord, the one with the Phoenix and all the cool stuff on it. I can't remember exactly what it was called because every one of them had different names. And my mom bought it for me for Christmas. Okay. I snuck in there one day when she was, I think, outside doing yard work or something. I can't remember. Or maybe it was late at night. I think it was late at night. And I got the box because I had a sneaking suspicion that I knew what was in the box. And I wanted this Megazord so bad. And I very carefully opened up the package. I very carefully took took the Megazord out of the box and I played with it for like about an hour. And then I very carefully put it back in the box and wrapped it back up and taped it and everything. And I thought I was the sneakiest person in the world because I got to play with my toy before Christmas. And I don't think my mom ever found out. I don't know. I don't think she did. If she's watching the stream, she found out. If she's watching the stream, you see. Sneaky indeed. Sneaky, sneaky, sneakums. The battle boards. I don't think I do. I think I need to turn down the volume a little bit. It's a little loud. Is the game volume a little loud to you guys? I mean, I had to set up the volume again, and I can't remember what I had the volume set to on the other version, and I'm not sure if it's a little too loud. You're sneakier than me. I found my toy and got caught playing with it before Christmas. It was the purple truck from the old Mascot cartoon. You got caught? Did they take it away? Did your mom take it away from you?
You're not gonna get this now. I'm throwing it in the trash. Throwing it right in the trash can.
Nephroon. So many Nephroons all over the place. Meh. Not eat. Ooh, Grand Charm. Is it F? Is it F? No! Is it F? It's never F. Why is it never F? Poopy poopos. Got yelled at. I mean, we were all kids once. We all did silly things. Sometimes I look back at my my kid life, and I cringe because some of the things I did were pretty rotten. They were pretty rotten, and I don't like the fact that they're rotten. But you know, as a kid, I didn't know any better, and I mean, that's what being a kid is about. You're learning, right? You're learning. You're just learning. Learning. Uh-oh, Chthon staff. Yeah, well, on behalf of all kids everywhere, I'm apologizing to my parents for being a rotten little shit. Obedience. Oh god, my belt is breaking. My belt. My poor belt. No. How dareth my belt be low on durability? What cruel and unusual monster is targeting my belt region? I don't know. It's just some of the stuff that we did when we were kids is really rotten. Like really, really rotten. I don't know. Like even today, I look back on some of that stuff and I'm like, oh god. I was like, my parents didn't deserve that. Let me give you an example. I like telling stories, and you guys like listening to stories, right? Right. All right, so let's do story time here. Okay, so when I was a kid, I really wanted a Ninja Turtle backpack from Ames. Ninja Turtle backpack from Ames. That was the jam. Okay, a Ninja Turtle backpack from Ames. I begged my mom for this Ninja Turtle backpack from Ames. I begged and I begged and I begged until she gave in, and she did. She eventually gave in. And she was over at Peebles, okay? She was over at Peebles, and she gave me $20. This was back in like the 90s, okay? So $20 is a lot more money, you know, back then than it was now. And the Ninja Turtle backpack was kind of expensive. This was like during the height of Ninja Turtles too, so you know, I'm sure it was more expensive, you know, the hot commodity tax. So anyway, I go into the Ames to get my Ninja Turtle backpack, and there's a claw machine. Oh God, there was a claw machine right at the door, and there was no parent to smack my hand and say, "Don't do that. That's a waste of money." And in my defense, back then, I think the claw machines were a little less garbage than they are now. They're really garbage now, whereas like back in the day they were kind of skill based, and now it's like it doesn't matter like what your skill level is. They're just like, there's more often than not you're just going to waste your money in it because they're set up for you to waste your money. But anyway, I took my $20 bill that I was supposed to go buy that backpack with, and I took it straight to the cashier and I asked for quarters. And I changed that $20 bill into quarters, and I sat there in front of that claw machine for like an hour and a half, putting in quarters and not winning anything. I'm fairly certain I won nothing. $20 in quarters, and I won nothing. And obviously, I didn't have any money to buy the backpack. So, yeah. So I didn't get the backpack. So I went back to my mom because I didn't have anything else to do. I had no more money to play the claw machine, and I didn't have the backpack. And so when I got to her and I didn't have the backpack, she asked me for the money, which I couldn't provide. And you know, to make matters worse, let me kind of preface this a little bit by saying that during this particular time period, we didn't have much money. We were pretty poor. I think everybody has gone through stages in their family's life where they have been kind of on the poorer side of things, and we were definitely on the poorer side of things at that particular time period. So $20 was a lot of money. My mom, she didn't really say anything. Okay. I didn't have the money, and she asked me what I did with it, and I told her that I spent it on the claw machine, and she was upset. You could tell she was upset. She told me to go to the car, and I did. And then when we got home, I got the butt whooping of a lifetime. My butt got I couldn't sit down for a little while, okay? I could not sit down for a little while. It was the butt whooping of a lifetime. And then after she whooped my butt, she handed me the freaking Ninja Turtle backpack. So literally after she whooped my butt, she gave me what I wanted anyway. Right? And towels. Nice. And wouldn't you know it, that backpack was a piece of garbage. It lasted like a week and the bottom fell out. Like it was the worst freaking backpack ever. It was not worth the money that we spent on it. And it was gone and forgotten so fast. But I was a rotten little crap. I was a rotten little crap. $20 of butt whooping in the 90s went a long way. Oh yeah. Does anybody want this towels amulet? Anybody running a sork that needs a towels? I'll drop it in town right here if anybody wants it. Free towels, my boys. Free towels. No. Alright, Chunks is on level 3. Tell me how unfeeling of Bozon. Unfeeling? How I feel about Bozon? I mean, Bozon is a fun class. I think that Bozon is a very fun character. There's a lot of very fun builds in Bozon. But I also feel like there are some builds that are better. I think the main issue with Bozon and the reason why people don't play it is because there's like other characters that are better technically than the Bozon. Like, I think most people prefer a Javazon just simply because the Javazon is more efficient and kills faster. But a freezing Arrowzon can honestly do almost just as well if built properly. Why does the bear look like he's covered in oil? Look at the graphics for the bear and the wolf. I guess it's because I have the graphics set to a lower setting on the Steam Deck, but yeah, they look like they're wet. The Bloodlord Skull of Sculliness. The Steam Deck is a new handheld that came out. Decadune. I'm basically playing on a handheld device right now. It's it's actually right here. I mean, I might be able to lift it up and show you guys. It's hooked up to the dock. I don't want to accidentally unplug it or anything, but this is the Steam Deck right here. This is the Steam Deck. Man, this thing is hot. It's a hottie bo body over here. I need to put a little fan on it. I wouldn't call it a tablet. It's more like a Nintendo Switch than anything. It's like a Nintendo Switch in PC form. Beep. I'm actually really surprised at how well it plays. The FPS counter is in the top left-hand corner of the screen. I think there's a better... I can't remember the command right off the top of my head. There's a better command other than the FPS command. It shows more stuff. What was it called? It's like FPS... slash FPS is what I'm using right now, but there's another one. It shows more information. Diablo 2 chat commands FPS. What is the better one? It shows like a whole bunch of extra information, like GPU, memory bandwidth, and a whole bunch of other stuff like that. I can't remember right off the top of my head. No, I'll find it. Just give me a second. It's on my it's on my 7 commands video. If I can't find it, I can always look over there. Okay, so apparently it's slash frame rate. There it is. Okay, so slash frame rate is the more detailed version. So it says we have physical memory, 14.8 gigabytes, 8.6 gigabytes is in use. Our page file is currently 9.6 gigabytes. We got our tile cache written there, video, DirectX 12, sprite cache, all sorts of interesting information. It's more information than slash FPS. I don't know if you guys have ever seen it. Most people aren't interested in that kind of information, but since we're on the Steamdeck today, could be interesting to have that information up there. I'm going to change it back to slash FPS though, because I don't think any of that is super useful. Not super duper useful. You're just a filthy casual, Michael? Oh no. He's just a filthy casual. Can't you see? He's got a dog and a wife over there. Hello, Power Rangers. Can you see my hair? It's
Really quite something.
and you're gonna die, Power Rangers. Die, 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 Power Rangers. Poke you in the eye. Oh, there's a unique in there with the Power Rangers. What's up, buddy? What's up, buddy? Hiding in the Power Rangers. This is what we want to do. We are hiding there in the Power Rangers. Yes, we do. But you guys done already killed everything? You guys all the super fast while I'm over there showing off stuff?
Not even death can save you from me.
You don't have to start over in ladder. You keep your non-ladder characters and you make a ladder character. And then you just have fun with it. And when ladder's over, your non-ladder or your ladder character becomes a non-ladder character and joins all your other characters. Yeah, and then you have more equipment to give to your non-ladder characters. I mean, you don't have to play it the way that other people do, which is where they delete all their characters and then just move on with their life. Like that's not necessarily the way that you need it to play it. Like maybe you want to get yourself, you know, a flickering flame or a mist bow or something like that. You can't get that unless you're a ladder. On a max speed of 5 knots. That's right, my boys. Dude, I learned my lesson. I learned my lesson when it comes to ordering stuff from China. Number one, it almost never ends up being what you expect. Like, they have a picture and the picture is not what the item actually is. Number two, it takes the item forever to get to you. I mean, they might say there's an estimated date, but they have no clue. They have absolutely no clue when it's going to get to you. Like, they don't. More often than not, when you order things from China, you don't even end up with the product that you order. Like, that's the stuff that really blows my mind. Like, they will just straight up send you an item which they know for a fact is not even the item that you ordered. And it gets worse. Like, it gets worse. The whole thing with ordering stuff from China is just so bad. If you can resign yourself to wait like 6 months to a year for your item, then you might be all right. But if you expect your item to come in any kind of, like, you know, expedience, you're not getting it. Like, you're not. You might as well just give up. What you hate about D2R is you can't change resolution. What do you mean you can't change resolution? You should be able to change resolution. I don't see why you can't change resolution. What, are you on PC? Or are you on Xbox or PlayStation or Nintendo Switch or something? Like, what's... I'm confused. You can change it to borderless windowed mode and change it to whatever resolution you want. I'm not on a PC right now. I'm on the Steamdeck. But I change my resolution on the PC all the time. 4K, 1080p, bordered windowless mode, windowed mode, full screen. I mean, whatever it is that you want to use, you can usually do it. God, 4,470 life. Who is up in here with the freaking godlike battle orders? That is some god tier battle orders over there. Well, what's up, DSB? I'm glad I could be of assistance. Today I get to have fun. Today I'm the one who gets to have fun. Nobody wants some tear haunches? You get that vigor aura. You guys know you want that vigor aura. Is it just me, or is there like a little bit of a crackling, like, in the sound? Can you guys hear it? Like, or is it just like in my headset? Is it my headset that's crackling, or is it like the actual sound of the Steamdeck is crackling? Because I'm kind of like confused. I guess maybe I could watch the stream and see if I could hear the crackling. But every now and then I get this kind of like this crackling sound effect. And I think it's coming from the Steamdeck. There it is right there. Do you guys hear it? Are you on a laptop or are you on a desktop, Sovereign? What resolution is your desktop monitor? Okay, and what resolution is Diablo II Resurrected running? You know, that's one of the things I used to think too back in the day, Joy L. But one of the things I've realized is that live streams are always less people than like video content. I remember one day I caught Dashy. I don't know if you guys watch Dashy or not. I watch Dashy. Dashy was he gets millions of views on his videos. I mean millions. And he was doing a live stream one day, and he only had like 10,000 people in there. And here I am, like, very unimpressed, like, at the number of people that he had in his stream. And I'm like, here's a guy who literally gets millions of views on his videos, but he only has like 10,000 people watching live. And that's when it occurred to me. I'm like, okay, well, maybe I'm just really kind of like overestimating like how many people show up live versus how many people, you know, watch content. And that's how I really realized that, you know, it was kind of an interesting scenario of, you know, obviously at live you have a lot less people watching than when you post a video and it stays up for a while. All right, so do this. Change it to borderless windowed mode. Change it to borderless windowed mode, Sovereign, and see if you can change the resolution while it's in borderless windowed mode. Find a cross-platform middleman. We do have a console chapter on our Discord. I mean, if you wanted to come on the console chapter and see if anybody could transfer items for you. Oh, you're not at the computer. Okay. In that case, if you're not at the computer, basically what I want you to do is I want you to change it to borderless windowed mode. Change the resolution. If it lets you change the resolution, you know, like change it to 1080p or something, 1920 by 1080, and then toggle the borderless windowed mode back to full screen and see if it maintains the new resolution. Also, another thing that you could do is you could just simply change the resolution of your monitor. You could change the resolution of your monitor to 1080p. Just because it's a 4K monitor doesn't mean it has to be in 4K. You can change the resolution of the monitor, and then the game will have no choice but to allow you to run in the lower resolution, because the resolution on your monitor will be different than the resolution in the game. Can anyone join the Discord? Yes, anyone can join the Discord. Can anyone join the kinship? No, you have to agree to the rules. There's some very specific rules to join the kinship, and as long as you agree to the rules, you can join. If you don't agree to the rules, well then, yeah, no, you can't join. And if you break the rules, I'll boot you out. We've had to boot out a couple people for breaking the rules. Oh, Babablo. You can beat your fellow Babablo with the Babablo. Shadow plate. Yes, live streams are definitely the time to ask me questions, to give me items, to request items, to all sorts of interesting things that we can do during live stream that obviously we can't do during, you know, something else. Plus, you guys can give me money. Ha ha ha. Doll hairs. 1 penny, please. Give a penny, take a penny, my sirs. Give a penny, take a penny. 1 penny for you. 1 penny for me. Who doesn't like a pennies for thee? Give you the game blade. Gifting games. If only gifting games was easy. It's not. I did a giveaway for Diablo a while back. Gave away a couple copies. And one of the things I found out was we got to be friends on Battle.net. And we got to be friends for a certain period of time. So, like, it's not just, like, I can't just, like, friend you and then send you the game and then unfriend you. No, we got to be, like, friends for, like, 2 or 3 days. Throwing knife and a U-wand. I don't mind if I do. I don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I don't mind if I don't mind if I do. And poopies. And poopies. Dang it, double poopies.
Can I help you?
Double poopies. It's a double tank. A double poopies. Double poopies in the tank. I did a little bit of LARPing a long time ago. It wasn't really my idea. My nephew wanted to do LARPing, and I kind of just went with him. It was something that he wanted to do. Hey, 79 people's pretty good. Only 40 likes, though. You guys suck with the likes. Can't ever get you guys to hit the like button. God bless it. I remember one time I had like 6,000 views and literally my video was like 400 people were in there like all at the same time. Like chatting and having fun and laughing and making babies, and I don't even know what the hell else was going on, but it was a lot of stuff. And literally, like, I think I had like 400 people in there at like any given time, and I had like 20 likes on my video. You guys are like legally not allowed to hit the like button. Is basically what it is. What's that, Joy? Fry the Steam Deck? Gotcha. Fry the Steam Deck, boys. Yeah, it's pretty toasty. It's a little toasty. It's a little toasty. Oh, look, it's the terrible Pompey's Raft. Pompey's Raft. I tell you, they make some terrible weapons. The Crowbill, the military pick, all just awful weapons. I do need like a little fan on this Steam Deck. I need to like figure something out. I could have sworn I had like a little desk fan or something sitting somewhere. I mean, just a little fan I think would make like a huge difference in the heat of the machine. If I was holding that machine right now though, yeah, it's 1080p. I was able to get 1080p to run on the Steam Deck by putting it in desktop mode. It doesn't run 1080p with the other mode, the game, like the Steam like big picture mode or whatever you want to call it. Trying to think if I had anything that I could actually like put over here as like a fan for the device. Just something to blow some cool air onto it, you know? Like, I don't really have a lot of like just little fans sitting around. I might have to get like a little fan. I was actually kind of researching some devices. Kyle actually had one the other day that was something that he was interested in.
Not in town.
Trying to see if I can open up oh, the Windows key does work. Okay. Alright, let's open up Firefox. There's actually a device I was looking at. It's called like the Razer Chroma like fan phone do-jigger thing. I can't remember. Yeah, there it is. Smartphone cooling fan. I was actually thinking about this. It's basically like a thing that you hook onto the back of a phone, like an iPhone or an Android or whatever, but it's not for an iPhone or an Android. And so it sits on the back. It has a heat sink, so it sucks heat away from the system, and then it also has the fan on it, so that it. I'm not really sure whether this thing would even work or not, but. It's kind of like a breakdown of it. See, it's got the heat sink, the fan, kind of like a block. I'm not really sure what that block is. It says electronic pelter cooling tile, whatever that is. Cooling plates. It probably hooks up to USB-C or something like that. I'm not really 100% sure. There's other options though, like that's not the only option. Like if you search for like smartphone cooling fan, there's like a bunch of different ones out there right now, like different models of cooling fans. And I thought that like one of these actually probably could work on the Steam Deck fairly well. I'm not exactly sure which one, but I will give them some tries. I mean, there's an interesting one right there. Darkfish aluminum cooling fan for mobile phone. What the hell is that? Let's look at that real quick. It's not really quite what I had in mind. Like, the reason why I'm looking at this Razer one is because it has a heatsink built into it, and it seems to attach directly to the back of the device. And I don't really know. As long as it's not covering up the vents and it's pulling heat from the unit, I feel like it probably will work out pretty well. $60 is a little expensive, though. Yeah, I mean copper and aluminum. It's actually better if it's a mix of both. You actually need both. Copper works better for the main block, but aluminum works better to dissipate heat. So you actually want a aluminum heatsink that has a copper core. Copper core aluminum is the better choice. Steamdeck cooling fan. Let's see if anybody has. Oh yeah, if you guys haven't seen Linus's video where you like freaking hot rodded out the Steam Deck and like actually attach like a big one on the back, I thought that was pretty funny. Extreme Steam Deck cooling. So the fan's in the center, but the fins are offset. So like the actual cooling fins are like offset over here, but the fan's in the center. So it's like sucking in the air upwards. And then this seems to be the main block right here where all the heat is. Right, this little zone right here. Sorry. Do you already kill Babablo here? I don't even remember. We did kill Babablo. Yeah, heat sinks are something that I've done a lot of research in, Joy. I actually really love heat sinks. I think heat sinks are one of the coolest technologies ever to exist. I don't know why. Like, it's so fascinating to me. And I literally will build like computers and like get like the best heat sink and research which one is the most amazing. And one of the things I came across was that silver actually has the best coefficient for dissipating heat and stuff. And I've even researched like solid silver heat sinks and all sorts of cool stuff like that. Vapor chambers are also very, very important to transfer heat from one place to another. So vapor chambers don't necessarily dissipate heat, but what they do is they actually transport the heat from one place to another very effectively. And then you need a very nice heat sink to dissipate that heat that's being transported. It's all very interesting stuff. Heat pipes are very cool devices. Get it? Cool devices. The puns for days. What are the benefits of heat sinks? Let me answer that question with something silly. Have you ever seen this before? Have you ever seen one of these in your entire life? Have you ever seen a stove coil? Okay. I'm gonna explain it to you as simply as I can. Computer devices, PCs, laptops, phones, they are no different than this, okay? Your computer is nothing more than this. It's wires running electricity, and the wires are running the electricity through, and it's creating heat, and the more electricity that runs through, the more your computer pumps out electricity essentially through those wires, the hotter things get. This is supposed to get hot. This is a heating element, okay? The entire purpose of this is to heat up, okay? You don't have a heat sink on this because you don't care. Your computer, on the other hand, is exactly the same as this, but you don't want it to get hot. So you have a device which cools it off. If your computer ever gets to the point where it gets too hot, it will damage itself. Damaging your computer, damaging itself is permanent. I have made many computers over the years. I've played with many computers over the years. I've overclocked computers, and usually once the computer suffers overheating damage, it's forever damage. It literally will never go away, and it only gets worse from that point. You don't want your computer to ever overheat, not even for a fraction of a second, because that damage is going to be permanent. And I have had GPUs that overheated once, and ever since that GPU overheated, it's just a constant pain and thorn in my side from that point forward, because the damage done to the GPU is permanent. It causes thermal heat co-expansion, so it causes the joints to crack. It causes all sorts of crazy stuff to happen. In general, you'd never want your temperatures to go high enough where damage could occur. That's why the PC Master Race motto is, "May your frames be high and your temperatures be low." So when PCs are brand new, they're generally fine. Like, you're not going to have much cooling issues with a brand new PC, because the thermal grease is new, the fans are clean. You know, in general, you've got important, all the important things covered. But when you have a computer that's older and it starts to fill up with dust and the fans start to get cruddy, and you've got like layers of fur on the inside of your computer because you have pets, there's all sorts of interesting things that start to occur as your computer gets older, and you have to watch out for it. Your thermal grease can start to dry up and crack, and it won't transfer the heat properly anymore. Generally, you want to kind of like redo your thermal grease every like year or two, because if you don't, it just kind of goes bad. Some thermal greases don't, though, so don't take that as like an end-all be-all statement that they all go bad, because they don't. There are some thermal greases that basically last forever. I can't remember which ones they are right off the top of my head, but I do know that some of them don't get old and crack up. You can get those instead if you don't want to have to redo your thermal grease every once in a while.
I am overburdened.
I'm pretty sure MX4 is what I'm using on mine right now. As far as the poison damage goes, what we're talking about is that only the highest damage poison effect is active at any given time. So if you have one person with 1,000 poison damage over 4 seconds, and you have another guy with 2,000 poison damage over 4 seconds, and you both attack the monster, only the 2,000 over 4 seconds is active, yours is not. I believe how it works is any poison damage that hits a target that is less than the poison damage that is already on the target only acts to refresh the duration. It doesn't actually add any additional poison damage. Now, granted, if you are attacking the target and he's not, then your poison damage is active. Poison damage also has durations. So, like for instance, in the case of Poison Nova, if the duration of your poison is going and then he uses his and yours runs out before his has an effect, then yeah, yours is also working too. but they don't stack. And that's one of the biggest issues with poison, is that yours isn't stacking with his. It's just using one or the other, basically. Ow. Why are you so ouchy, frickin' Infector? Frickin' nasty nasto. Every now and then, Infector of Souls hits so frickin' hard. He one-shot me one time, or just about one-shot me. I had frickin' 1,745 health, and he frickin' bopped me right on the head and was like, "Oh, okay, yeah, your HP sucks." And he did it multiple times in a row, because he's rude. What the hell did I miss? Is Grand Visor of Chaos? Oh, he's still alive because he's behind the wall. I didn't see him. My Merc will kill him. I was wondering why Diablo hadn't spawned. I was pretty sure I hit all the seals.
Not even death can save you from me.
Drops? Ooh, F, so Oof. Terrible. Oh, wow. Wow, that's actually not bad. Ah, look at that. Sexy. 23% magic find with dual res, but no faster run walk. Oof. I mean, that's some pretty decent magic find for a pair of boots. I don't know if anybody wants those. They don't have run walk on them, but they do have faster hit recovery and dual res, which is kind of sexy. Depends on if you've got enough faster run walk yourself. That's not bad. 23% MF with 28 cold, 12 fire, and 10 fast hit recovery. So these claws are kind of ridiculous. They're basically Cruels, or close to Cruels, with Mana Steel and increased attack speed. I'm kind of interested to see how they would upgrade. I'll have to hold on to them and upgrade them once to check. They're just damage claws. It's not no plus to skills or anything, which does kind of suck. I always hate how claws are so bad at rolling plus to skills. They like never roll plus skills. I'll pick up 100 claws and 1 out of 100 will have plus skills on it, and it's I don't get it. God, dolls. Ugh. Yucky. Yucky. Grab some more potions.
Hello.
Oh, Dolly Wallies. Oh no, please don't hydro my Merc with 95% fire resistance. Whatever will he do? Oh, he only has 80% fire resistance now? Oh no!
I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore.
Extra strong spectral hit. Ouchie, ouchie. Ouchie, ouchie, infector of souls. Ouchie, ouchie, list of the tormentor. Ouchie, 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 ouch, ouch, ouch. Ouchie, 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 you're a grouch. I don't need 2 rows of mana potions. I sometimes wonder if they give me the wrong potion on purpose. If you guys ever wonder what the difference is between Intel and Apple, there's actually a pretty fundamental design difference between Apple and Intel processors. I can demonstrate it really quickly for y'all if you're interested. Let's see. AMD Direct CPU. I'm trying to remember what it's called. I think that's it. It's been a little while since I've looked this up. I mean, I could just explain it, but I feel like a graphic would be so much more interesting. But basically, how it works is a normal processor works something like this. Has a CPU, obviously, a north bridge, a south bridge. The north bridge and south bridge kind of control like the process by which things are separated out into the units. So kind of like when you're working it with specific things, it has to go through the north bridge and south bridge. That's an Intel processor, so that's how Intel processors work. AMD processors, on the other hand, like have a pipeline which basically goes directly into the CPU. Trying to see if I can find the AMD versions. Yeah, that's Intel. AMD, Intel doesn't use the North Bridge anymore. AMD never did. So that's exactly what's going on. AMD never did. They never had the North Bridge. Or if they did, it was for a very short period of time. I can't find the what I'm looking for. I'll just explain it the best I can explain it. Basically, how AMD did things was they were kind of like utilizing the direct pipeline as like an advantage over the Intel processors. So instead of going through the North Bridge, they were like directly putting information into the CPU back and forth without having to go through the third party, so to speak. I didn't know that Intel did away with the North Bridge. It's been a little while since I've run an Intel system. I'm running an AMD system right now. I usually swap back and forth. Like my last system was an i5 3570K. Oh, well, okay, well then there's no fundamental difference between the two CPUs anymore if they did away with the North Bridge. That's interesting. I was pretty sure my i5 3570K had a North Bridge. Oh, they got my merch. The bastards. I had a Core 2 Duo as well. I also had a Core 2 Duo.
Afternoon.
Well, anyway, it was the fundamental design philosophy difference between the AMD and Intel CPUs. It's interesting to see that Intel has finally adopted AMD's methodology. There is some downsides to AMD's methodology, though. A lot of the times I found AMD CPUs to be less stable than Intel CPUs. Because Intel was going through that memory controller and was basically, you know, kind of like an extra layer. I often found that my Intel computers crashed a lot less than my AMD ones. Now, honestly, with the Ryzen CPUs, this is the first time I've run the Ryzen CPUs on this particular rig.
Hello.
I haven't had any trouble with the Ryzen CPUs. They must have figured out the volatility in the architecture, because it doesn't seem to happen anymore in the Ryzen units. Exactly. The memory, I always noticed that the memory was always a big issue. I actually had to underclock a couple of my chips back in the day, if I remember correctly. I had to underclock the timings and overvolt them a little bit to get the system stable, because otherwise it wasn't. The flambers. I mean, I did have some pretty nice 3200 megahertz chips from the i5 3570K days. You had to actually go in and configure them, though. You had to change the voltage. You had to go in and set the timings according to the manufacturer. It wasn't as simple as put the chip in and it works. I think they automatically detected as 2400s. And you had to actually go in and make an XMS profile and set them up. I think nowadays you don't have to do that anymore. I think the XMS profile will just automatically import from the chip, and it will set itself. I think I've seen it do that a couple times with some of these newer chips. But in those days, you had to set up the chips manually. I'm actually thinking about upgrading this processor, the one that I'm running right now. I bought a board that was capable of utilizing the next generation CPUs, and maybe I'll make a donation like thing up at the top, like donate so I can upgrade my CPU. I've seen people do that before. And it works, right? Does it work? Does it work? I don't know if it works. Maybe it works. I want to get one of the really high-end CPUs, one of the high-end Ryzen CPUs. There's a specific one that I'm looking at. It's the Ryzen, I think it's the 59, I can't remember right off the top of my head. Ryzen, I think it's 5950X, I think is what it is. It's a pretty expensive processor. But I do so much on my computer. Like, I literally do so much on my computer that, like, I think I need an upgrade. What I'm using right now is the 3800X, I believe. So if I, like, did, like, a 3800X versus 5950X, that's what we're looking at right now. Is right now I have 8 cores, 16 threads, and this is 16 cores, 32 threads. It's a little bit slower on the clock speed, 3.4, but it might make up for that in the number of cycles. A lot of the times that's how it works. Like, they have more cycles per clock rotation. Lower res. Is it particularly, like, that much faster than my current unit? No. But what it's going to give me is it's going to give me more multitasking capabilities. So, like, the ability to stream, record, encode, you know, do all these things at one time that I'm constantly doing. Because I'm constantly doing all these things at one time in the background, and my computer is chunking along. You know, it's doing its best, but when you put, like, multiple tasks to your computer, things start going slow. It's nice to have a higher chip, something that they can really handle the strain without buckling. Yeah, it's not about the gaming. My 3800 works just fine for gaming. It's about the got lower res on me. It's about the multitasking capabilities, the encoding. I do a lot of encoding. I do a lot of various things that need the CPU, and I could really use the higher CPU. I went with the 3800X because I thought, you know, hey, I'm gonna need the overhead, and I did. I originally had 16 gigabytes of RAM, and I quickly realized that 16 gigabytes of RAM was not enough for multitasking and video encoding and all that stuff. It actually, I was actually topping out on my RAM. I was hitting 16 gigabytes, like, while I was encoding and doing various tasks. Even when I was just streaming in 1080p, and I was playing a graphics intensive game, like, I was hitting 16 gigabytes, so I had to upgrade to 32. And once I upgraded to 32, I saw a very nice performance increase, because obviously I wasn't running out of memory anymore. Also, I noticed that OBS kind of takes more memory the longer you stream, so I think there's some kind of memory leak going on there, so it would slowly start to eat more memory. It's I don't really know how to put it other than, like, you know, you want to have more than enough of what you need, and you never want to be in a situation where your computer is going, hey, I can't keep up with the load. I'm not sure if you guys have ever seen OBS before, but let me show you just for fun, since we're on a techie trip today. All right, so down here at the bottom of my OBS, let me see if I can pull this up and show you. This one. And I need to bring it up above the Elgato capture card. Alright, I'll try not to blind you guys with the mirror in mirror effect. So right here, you see how this says frames missed due to rendering lag. Frames missed, skipped frames due to encoding lag. These two things right here are some of the things that occur all the time because my computer is not quite capable of keeping up. I'll have frames being skipped because it can't quite render quick enough, or I'll have skipped frames due to encoding lag, especially when it comes to like recording 4K on a game or something like that. Things can get kind of sketchy. And I've noticed that, you know, like, you really need a power horse of a freaking computer to get it all done. It's my OBS using CUDA cores. I'm not really 100% sure. I know it is utilizing my graphics card to an extent. I also need to upgrade my graphics card, but that's I'm trying to wait for the GPU prices to go down. They're still a little high. They are dropping, but, like, they're still just way too high. I'm not really sure I could even justify spending $1,000 on a video card. I mean, I might just, but my video card right now is actually a pretty damn sweet one. I'm running a GTX 1080 Founders Edition, and it's been a workhorse of a unit ever since I got it. Could it be better? Yeah, but is it going to be better? Probably not, because I don't really have the money to and I really have the money to buy a new CPU. Oh, God bless it, Infector of Souls. Stop being rude. You and your freaking hyper immunities. He's immune to everything. I'm having trouble because he's immune to everything. Like, he's immune to lightning, he's immune to fire, so that rules out my mercenary. My mercenary can't hurt him. My dreams are not hurting him. Like, I had to switch over to my my alternative fanaticism set that I have specifically for those situations where I need physical damage. It's actually my smiter set. Yeah, getting one of the 3 series cards would probably be a good plan. I'm eventually going to do that, hopefully. That is the eventual goal.
I am overburdened.
An F5 socket Yari.
Death can save you from me.
Yari is nightmare difficulty. Magic 5, but some garbage stats. It's a crystal sword, too. It's not F. He's in walking mode because you lose defense when you're in running mode. Notice, see my defense right here? See how it says 12,410? When I'm running, my defense goes away. When I'm walking, my defense doesn't go away. So if you're in a situation where you're in danger, toggling the walk mode essentially allows you to keep your defense while you're moving, and it makes you a much more defensible character in general. Your block chance also gets capped at 25% when you're running, so you can put yourself in pretty dire straits by running. This particular character is trying to make it to level 99, and the last thing I want to do is die and lose all my EXP, so you'll see me a lot of the times put myself in a situation where I'm walking. Myrmidon Greaves. Ooh. Those are rare. Unfortunately, they have a roll. It's +1 or +2. Very, very sexy, though, to find some Myrmidon Greaves. Those are Shadow Dancers. They're specifically for the Assassin. They don't really have much use outside of an Assassin. But they're very nice Assassin boots. Obviously, you want the +2 Shadow skills, not the +1 Shadow skills. And yeah, just really sexy boots. They have negative requirements on them, too, so that's always nice. The nostalgic Diablo 1 experience. You couldn't even run in Diablo 1 at all. What'd you get? Oh, +1s. I mean, they're still good boots, but they're just +1s. I think the dex rolls on them, too. But they're great for kickers, kick-ins. They're very defensive boots because they have 30% faster hit recovery on them. And then the plus shadows, and then they also got the dex, and they're pretty sexy. Well, right now my computer has basically no overhead because I'm not actually playing the game. So the Steamdeck is playing the game, and OBS is just doing the streaming. In this situation, where basically one computer's handling one task and one computer's handling another task, it actually is a breeze. But when you're trying to do it all on the same computer, that's when things get a little mushy, which is why you need that extra overhead. What's up, Ryan?
How may I be of help?
I've been running this Steamdeck for about 3 hours now, and it has not crashed. You know, knock on wood. And it has not had any major hiccups. I'd like to see the... I would like to see the temperature, but I can't seem to get the temperature gauge to work properly while I'm in desktop mode. How do I stream from the Steam Deck while I'm playing on my, or stream from my PC while I'm playing on the Steam Deck? Elgato capture card. It's a capture card that goes in the PC. You run the HDMI cable from the monitor to the computer, and then you run the HDMI cable from the computer to the Steam Deck, and that allows you to stream it directly. The Elgato capture card has a plug-in basically for OBS, so you can basically just run the capture card through OBS. It works out pretty nicely. I don't like to use the Elgato software. The Elgato software is kind of garbage, but the card is great. I like the card. I do enjoy the card. I'd lay a thermometer on on the Steam Deck. I mean, we can swap to the game mode, and unfortunately, the game mode is going to be a little bit lower on the resolution. It'll take me a minute to swap over. Ooh, Power Rangers. Power Rangers! Power Rangers! Come on up, go, Power Rangers! Power Rangers. We can swap over to the game mode. It'll lower the resolution, so it won't look as good. But it will give us the option to see the temps. It'll just take me a minute. We'll do it after this run. After I finish this one, we'll go. I'll swap over and I'll get the other mode. Conqueror crown, resocket. Yeah, you could use your laptop to stream as long as it's capable of doing the encoding. It depends on what your laptop is capable of. There are some Elgato cards that I think connect with USB 3.1. I can't remember. There's cheaper cards that only do like 720p. I think there's 1080p cards. So there's a 4K card, I think. I don't need to worry about 4K because the Steam Deck doesn't do 4K. So, hey, look, Natalia's Claw. That's a pretty rare item. +2 meteor, +2 enchant, +1 chilling armor. Natalia's mark. The mark of Natalia. More than meets the eye. Autobots wage their battle to destroy the evil forces of the Decepticons.
I am overburdened.
I forgot a seal, didn't I? My babe. Not even death can save you from me.
I can't carry anymore.
I'm so tired. I worked night shift last night. Boo. Night shift, boo. Oh, Decepticons. Transformers, more than meets the eye. Transforming our Steam Deck into a streaming machine. Yes, we're going to stream some games. Streamtronon's going to stream some games. Autobots wage their battle to destroy the Stream Deck cause it's got so many frames. Ooh, I like killing these guys. I always thought Mothael was a weakling. didn't he specifically choose not to get involved until after everybody basically got killed? Like, he was basically just kind of waiting in the wings, like, huh, like, I can't really do anything while they're alive. And then they died, and then he was like, oh, you know what? I can do something now because they're dead. And he just like popped out. Wasn't that pretty much his whole storyline? I'm telling you, I was actually really impressed with this thing. It seems to be doing pretty well. Not gonna lie. Superior tiara. The tiara of superiorness, put it in the bird's nest. A sacred rondash of garbage. Flesh Ripper, Duress, and G-Face on a barbarian. Yeah, you're gonna like rip through everything, literally. All that crushing blow, all that deadly strike, all that open wounds. That's, yeah, you're gonna just like absolutely murder. Throw in some gore foots too. Why not? Some gore feats. Some foots of the gore. Heck, stack on some crafted 10% CP gloves too. Why not? Some go rotors. Conquest sword, 4 sockets, but it's not F. Sadness. That's right, rotors. Go rotors. Bailey, Elias and Bree, come on down and let's go pee in the water all the way by the stream. Bailey, Elias and Bree, come on down and let's go pee by the water stream. Grand bastards. Poop. Boop. Alright, let's go swap over to the non-desktop mode. I don't know if you guys are ready for this. Are you ready for this? Ready for this? Alright, so right here it says return to game mode. That's basically what we're going to be doing. I don't know why there's a calculator right here. So we have to return to gaming mode. Gaming mode is in 1280 by 800, so there's going to be like some little black bars on the left and the right. It kind of sucks, but whatever. But we will get the temperature gauge, so we'll be able to see what temperature the system is running at. Speaking of which, I'm going to have to move the chat. Oh, man. I'm going to have to move the chat over. Let's put it over here. Because the temperature gauge is on the top left. I could also enhance the temperature gauge so that it has more information by hitting the dots and then going down to the battery and then going over here to the performance overlay and changing it to a more advanced performance overlay. Pretty snazzy. Let's see if we can get it to launch. We had trouble getting it to launch earlier, so that was definitely a hitch. Looks like my CPU is 90 degrees C. So I guess my stress test has pushed it to its limit, right? Its thermal limit. 90 degrees C is pretty hot. I mean, I kind of expect it to get hot though. Like if you're gonna play games, you're gonna be playing games. 92 degrees C, that's a little hot. This mode is gonna be less intensive though. This is, like I said, this is 1280 by 800. The graphics are a little bit lower, just in general, so it's probably gonna start cooling off. Honestly, though, I haven't had any issues, so it makes me want to look some stuff up, though. Let's just for a second here. Let's do a quick search. Oh, I can't open up the browser. Can I do Shift Tab? No, Shift Tab. No. Let's see here. Steamdeck. Safe temps. Let's do safe temps. Or actually, you know what? Let's do this. Hold on, because there's not a lot of information on the Steam Deck out there right now, and I'm kind of interested in what kind of information I can pull up here. So let's do this. Let's say what is too hot GPU temps. So we're just going to take a look at what's too hot. The ideal temperatures for a GPU are between 65 to 85 degrees. Under load, RX 5700 and 6000 series Radeon GPUs can safely reach temperatures as high as 110 degrees Celsius or 230 degrees Fahrenheit. So according to this, 110 is in the safety range for a GPU. So 90 is 20 under 110. So I guess we're still within a safety range. It does say that ideally it should be within 65 to 85. 85 is obviously the higher end of that spectrum, so we're 5 over basically, or I think it went up to 92 at one point, or 93C. So that's still really hot in my opinion. I could be interested in trying to get myself some sort of maybe like heatsink or something like that to put on the back of this thing. Maybe even just pointing a fan at it might have a pretty huge effect, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie, I think that even just pointing a fan at it would probably have a huge effect. Let's see here. I mean, it's holding pretty steady at 80 to 90C, isn't it? With only 35% utilization, too. Like, is that... Like, it says 38% utilization. 38% utilization isn't even really that much. Do you guys want to see it explode? Do you guys want to see it explode? That's the question. Do we want to see explosions? Have you guys ever seen my Procazon? Show of hands, who has ever seen my Procazon? Come on. Who has seen my Procazon before? I want to know. Because if you haven't seen my Procazon, you're in for a treat. We are about to literally bake eggs on this thing, one way or another. Oh, how's it going, monsters? Do you like my effects? I have lots of things going off everywhere. Hammerdins and poison novas and lots of things, and we got volcanoes too. Yes, we do. And meteors that will make you poo. Ah, yes, the Pakistan. I saw 13 frames. I went down to 13 FPS there for a second. Well, it's interesting because I've noticed something odd. Like, I think the Steam Deck has a very weird fan curve. I think it's, I honestly kind of want to go in there and see if I can maybe edit the fan curve to go faster. Because look at the temps now. The temp on the CPU was dropping to like in the 80s. And I think it's because when I start pushing the CPU a little bit harder, I think the fan is kicking up. And I think when the fan kicks up, the CPU cools down. It must be some sort of like bad fan curve, probably because people complained about the sound of the fan. Like some people don't like their Steam Deck being loud. Oh no, my Steam Deck is really loud. The fan is cooling down my unit. Oh, how dare the fan do its job? I'm not even joking. And so I think maybe there's something going on with the fan curve. I actually read a couple articles recently about the system. What's the term? They apparently, when it was first released, the fan was really loud, and they changed the fan curve, so now it's like really quiet or something. I don't know. I was reading an article about it the other day, and it's kind of made me laugh.
I can't carry anymore.
Focus on the game, not the sound. What? No. We gotta listen to the sound of the fan. All right, let's play a little bit with this. We're gonna go to my paladin, and we're gonna see how things work out. Hop back on the bandwagon again. Back in the saddle again. I guess we're going back to GGM1. I forgot what number we were on.
Hello.
What's up? Who's that?
Destination.
What's up?
What up?
I'm trying to melt my Steam Deck.
Oh. Yeah?
Yeah, I'm trying to melt it.
You on it right now?
Yeah, I'm streaming on it.
Rad.
Like this is the Steam Deck. I switched over to the game mode, which is a little lower resolution, just so I could get the overlay, so I could see what the temperatures are running at and stuff like that. The overlay doesn't work in desktop mode. I don't know why. I tried to get it to work earlier, and I must have done something wrong.
Well, so far, how does it feel?
Honestly, it's rock solid. Like I'm actually really surprised at a couple things. So like, first off, it's just like really the same as like a PC experience. Like if you're playing on a PC, you got a keyboard, you got a mouse, you know, whatever. Like I've done that before. like on consoles or something like that, like hooked up a keyboard and mouse, and it's never been
And they
like
feel
the
terrible.
same experience. Yeah, it just feels
Yeah.
awful. Like no, this feels like you're playing on a PC. Like there's no difference between this and playing on a PC. I literally can't tell a difference. So right off the bat there, that's already a big giant plus. Like it literally feels like a PC, and I'm not like constantly going ugh or like making weird noises because like I pressed a button and it didn't work the way I expected it to work. No, it's been great. The other thing is like this, even the performance of it is actually really nice. Like the performance of the system is actually quite steady. It stays above 30 FPS the majority of the time, and it actually goes up to 60 FPS during, like most normal encounters, like when you're not like surrounded by monsters shooting out fire and lightning and ice like out of your butthole.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's been a really decent experience so far. Half the time I even forget that I'm on here. I'm on the Steam Deck. And then I try and like click on something on the OBS panel or something like that, and then I realize that I got two mice and two keyboards here, so I gotta swap over to the other mouse.
That's a good feeling.
One thing.
It's a bad feeling, but in a good way.
One big plus is obviously that like most of the strain is off my computer, so like my stream is completely 100% stable because my computer doesn't have to do any work except for just like re-encode the data and then send it to YouTube. So it's not even playing the game. Go away, infector of souls. How dare you be immune? Why are you always immune to fire and lightning? Mom is a hoe.
Right.
Well, it's just like he's always immune to like that, like those two elements. And I usually swap over to my my smiter set to kill him, but still, he's pushing my buttons.
Yeah, I don't ever have a problem with Fist of the Heavens in there. Even if he's lightning immune, I just, alright, Holy Bolt, blast.
I mean, I have Fist of the Heavens, but it's not as good as yours.
True.
I actually keep forgetting to like use it to soften up targets too. Like it would totally be useful. Totally.
Oh, we've been doing Uber gaming.
I should use it to soften up groups more often. In a group, it's actually pretty impressive. Like a big giant group, you just pop one or two off, and it usually does pretty nice.
Yeah, that's what I tend to do. Is if there's more than like 4 monsters nearby, I'll pop a couple Fist of Heavens on my way over to them. That usually takes care of majority of their stuff.
Ugh. Okay, there's some dynamic resolution scaling going on. I can see it. Like when I pick up the gem, I can physically see the entire screen shrink by like a fraction of an inch.
Oh.
You guys see it? Can you see it? Like how it just kind of like the whole screen just kind of shrinks a little bit, and then when I put the gem back down, it re-expands. It's got to be dynamic resolution scaling. I might have to turn that off. Let's turn that off and let's see if it still does it. No, it's still doing it even with dynamic resolution scaling off. Huh. Let's try turning the resolution scale back up to 100. What the hell is that? Willy Wonka? Who's a Willy Wonka? And I am starving for some reason.
Come on, Duriel.
So I get to be a cat tomorrow.
Oh, you need to play Stray?
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Who doesn't want to play Stray? Who doesn't want to be a cat? Who? Who? I tried to get a review copy, and unfortunately, I was denied. They said that the demand was too high, and they'd already given out all the codes or something like that. I mean, who knows if it's true or not? But.
Sad.
And this thing like lives at 90C, doesn't it? Like
Pretty much, from what I heard.
Like
It's
it just
like the big thing for them.
I mean, like if I could put like a thermal limit on this thing, I think I would put 85C, like just to be safe. I feel like 85C is a little bit more realistic than 90. 90 seems a little bit high to me. I mean, we did look it up, and it said that most GPUs are safe up to like 110. But like ideal is basically like 60 to 85 C, and obviously 90 is above 85, and it bothers me. I don't even feel like pointing a fan at it would really have that much of an impact, because I don't think it's necessarily that the system doesn't have adequate cooling, so much as like a sponge, like sucking up water. The sponge is going to suck up as much water as it can, and it doesn't matter what kind of, how much water you have there, unless you've got more water than the system is capable of. The sponge is capable of absorbing. It's just going to absorb all the water, and I think that's kind of what's going on. Is it doesn't matter how much cooling the system has or how fast the fan is going. I think the system is just kind of like dynamically changing its hertz to accommodate the cooling level and to maintain basically a 90C temperature. So like if I were to point a fan at it and like liquid nitrogen cool it or some bull crap, like it would probably just overclock the CPU to basically bring it to the new thermal limit. That's kind of what it seems like it's doing, is that no matter what's going on, it's trying to maintain like 90C. Because like even when I notice when the system kind of like settles down, it seems to somehow manage to still get to 90C even when I'm doing nothing.
Yeah.
Right now it's at 78. I'm just killing bale waves. Like it's just me, my merc. I don't know. I mean, I could just stand here and let it settle. See what it settles at.
Yay, the thunder. Nature is dead.
Go gadget chopper. Whoa, save. Is it F? Never F. It's never F. You poopy poopo. Didn't want an F one anyway.
Oh jeez, I got stuck. No, run.
Oh. Wow. Sexy belt. Okay. That's kind of a really sexy belt, actually. I think I'm going to hold on to that. Just found a 24 faster hit recovery, 24 strength, 26 life belt. No resistances, but that's a lot of faster hit recovery, a lot of strength, and a lot of life. That'll come in handy, I'm sure. I'm 100% positive. It'll come in handy on some character that needs strength when I need it. I'll be like, where's that belt? Where is it? The belt of the Titans.
Hello.
The frost giant belt. All right, next. Bing, bing. I mean, if I can get through a full stream with this thing and it doesn't crash, you know, I don't have any issues, I feel like that's a pretty big win for the Steam Deck.
Yeah, it'd be really cool.
I've also got a controller hooked up to it, and it basically just the same as the PC. You just press a button, and all of a sudden you're in controller mode. Like, doesn't even, like, it just automatically swaps. It's not bad at all.
Oh no, wrong button. Ah!
Who's the wrong button? You're the wrong button?
My wrong button. Oh geez, don't kill me, Lilith. Don't kill me.
Oh, she's killing. I hate to tell
I
you.
hope not.
I hate to tell you, but she is in a murderous mood today. She is murderous.
Oh, we're on P3, which is a little higher than what I normally go up.
Spicy.
to
She's spicy.
When
You can
solo
say it. She's
doing
spicy.
things. She's spicy, and with a room full of witches, it makes it a little worse.
Oh yeah, they curse. That's terrible. They'll just sit there and spam like freaking amplify damage on you. It's all. Makes me want to cry. I've died to her a lot. I think she's my my worst one when it comes to the Ubers.
Oh yeah.
She hits really hard. I rarely ever die to Iswal, but every now and then, I don't know what it is about Iswal, but I think he has Deadly Strike, and every now and then I think he rolls like Deadly Strike plus like a really high roll, and he can hit for like 1800 like in one hit. I've had him do it before. It's pretty nasty. I'm not really sure why he has certain times when he hits so hard. Unless it's just, like I said, Deadly Strike, just like randomly proccing, but it's nasty.
Yeah. I also had my BO run out as well. Just a little sketchy.
God, I got so much vibration going on this controller. Why is it vibrating? Why are you vibrating? You don't even know. There's nothing even happening.
Why would he come in through the portal?
Why would who come in through the portal?
Mikey.
Oh no, Metatron. A flawless Ruby! The Quantum Gemerald. I wonder if there's a little bit of underclocking that could be done with the Steam Deck as well. I know from experience.
Yeah, you could probably undervolt it and
Yeah.
save you a couple degrees.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Like, I noticed that, like, with a lot of laptops these days, they're not really set up correctly. Silicon lottery and all that. But, like, if you spend a little bit of time maybe trying to undervolt the Steam Deck, it could have some pretty nice results. Probably take you a little while to get it set up, though. I'm not really sure if you can, though. Like, I'd have to do some research into that and see if there's maybe, like, somebody who's figured out how to adjust the CPU settings.
Heck yeah, another pally torch.
My inner nerd is leaking out. What'd you get? Something good?
I said it's low. 1117. Not terrible.
Yeah, I mean, that's alright. I bet you there's still a bunch of paladins in the group that don't have them. The Shamshir.
Oh yeah. 100% sure of that.
Hexfire is great for the Act 3 Firemerc, by the way, if you guys haven't figured that out yet. I'm gonna hang on to it. I'm sure somebody's running one in the Firemerc. He's pretty popular because of that massive attack rating on the enchant bonus.
Yeah.
Yeah, throttle stop is a one you can use for laptops. You have a laptop, Joy, you should look up undervolting. Actually, you know what? Let me link you the guide real quick, Linus's guide on undervolting. I think he has one on his website. Yeah, here it is right here. Wait, hold on. That's not it. Of course, I just typed in, God bless it. Telling you, I can't tell the difference between, like, which computer I'm on. Here it is. Here's the guide. Okay. So, undervolting is a really cool thing that you can do for laptops. That guide goes over how to do undervolting. The most important thing that I'll tell you for undervolting is you cannot damage your system by undervolting. It's not the same as overclocking. Overclocking is completely different.
Yeah.
Think about undervolting as finding the true settings of your CPU and putting your CPU at those true settings. Whereas overclocking is taking the true settings and then going, hey, we don't want you anymore. And then, basically changing the settings on your CPU to higher than what they're intended. With laptops, for some reason or another, they're more often than not incorrectly spec'd, which usually leads to them being hotter than they necessarily need to be. Think about it like overclocking. So like your reverse overclocking. So the manufacturer didn't put the proper specifications on the system. So the system is overclocked, basically. And what you're doing is you're going through the process of finding the correct settings so that it's no longer overclocked. It doesn't cause any artifacts or anything. Undervolting is absolutely amazing.
The easiest way I found to explain what it is they put a setting that's good for all the silicon of all the batches, and that's what they actually set the specifications to.
Yeah, and of course
your silicon may be better than someone else's, So you can actually drop the voltage down a little bit of it and pull back some power, but still get the same exact performance that you're currently getting, or even better, because it's running cooler. So now it can boost a little bit higher.
Mm-hmm.
And you're basically just setting the settings to your specific silicon and your specific card.
And once you get it correct, once you actually get it to the right values, your system will run cooler, it'll run faster, it'll throttle less. There's a lot of very beautiful things that happen once you get your system set up correctly. It'll bring a tear to your eye.
What do you need?
I mean, I hate to say it like this, but what the real moral of the story is that the company that made your laptop is lazy. And instead of going through the process of trying to find the correct settings for your unit, they basically just used a generico de facto setting list. The highest setting that they could possibly use that would be safe for all the units, because they didn't feel like actually fine-tuning it to each individual unit. And so you're basically going out of your way to fix something that the laptop manufacturer should have fixed on their own. They could have developed a program that like did some tests and undervolted the unit for you. Like it could have been just like some little thing that they gave an engineer like some time to do. It was like, okay, just have this program run on the laptop, figure out the minimum settings, like maybe up it by 0.1 on every single setting just to be safe, and then then go from there or whatever, or 0.01 or something. Like they could have fine-tuned it better than the way that they've done it. And the moral of the story is they did not fine-tune it like at all. There may be some laptop manufacturers out there that fine-tune their units. I don't know. I haven't seen one yet. But for some reason, it's the laptops that have the biggest issue. It's not the desktops. The desktops don't usually have undervolting problems. In fact, it's the desktops usually have massive amounts of cooling, water cooling, all sorts of things. So, like you don't really care so much about the desktops because, you can always add more fans. You can always buy a better heatsink. You can always maximize the cooling efficiency in multiple different ways by like changing the airflow of your system and lowering the ambient temperature of your room and blah 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 blah. But when it comes to laptops, you can't do none of that crap. I think the ambient temperature of the room is probably the only one that's even close. And even then, where's the laptop? It's on your lap, so you're heating it up yourself because you're hot. You're hot, and it's hot, and everybody's hot. And you're miserable. Just like my girlfriend. When she gets hot, she's so miserable. Like, she's like, just miserable. Hot and miserable.
Nice. Mikey just made a 344 call to arms in here too.
Oh, nice.
P-torch and a decent call to arms in one day. That's a solid day.
I found a gnat's mark earlier. It's a pretty rare find. I just found some silkweeds. Silkweeds. Who needs some silkweeds? These are great boots. I don't care what nobody says. Silkweeds are freaking sexy.
Heck yeah.
I've always been a big Gigabyte fan. I like Gigabyte boards, Gigabyte products. I've never had too many issues with Gigabyte stuff. A while back, during one of the like AMD issues, I did have issues with one of their AMD boards. But then come to find out that everybody apparently was having the issue with the AMD, like the chipset. It was like a specific chipset, and like all of the boards that had that chipset were just like garbage. And I don't think it was necessarily Gigabyte's fault so much as it was the terrible chipset's fault. And they just happened to have used it in that particular board.
For what, the 30 series cards?
This was a motherboard issue. Like it was like all the AMD boards of that particular chipset were just like terrible.
Gigabyte is really bad about that. I have issues with my card. I figured out what my issues with my card are, because I have a Gigabyte 3080 card.
Oh, yeah, 3080 gigabyte. I haven't had the luxury of getting one of the new Gigabyte cards.
Yeah, don't. Don't. They cheap out on the thermal pads for the VRAM. So even though like your GPU package temperature may say it's at like 65 or 70 C, your VRAM is up at like 100. And it kills it. And that's what's given me the black screens is it's specifically the VRAM overheating.
Almost died. Frickin' extra fast fanaticism, frickin' poop face Lord Daces. And amp damage too. Just like the demon trifecta. I think I had a Gigabyte card a while back where the VRAM wasn't adequately cooled, and I think I remember I just like opened it up and I bought like these little copper heat sinks, or it was copper shims. I can't remember which one. And I basically just kind of like stuck them on like every single one of the VRAMs, and didn't have any trouble after that. They're pretty cheap too. I had another device. I remember that like it was just like a little bit too far away, and so I put a copper shim on there to kind of like bridge the gap.
Yeah, basically I need to take apart my my 3080, take the back plate off of it, and replace the thermal pads with like actual high-end thermal pads, nice thermal pads. And that should drop me somewhere between 5 and 10 C.
Yeah, I mean if it's not properly cooled, it's going to become an issue.
Yeah, so I need to do that and then undervolt it, and that should drop me another 3 to 5 C. So I could drop anywhere from a total of like 10 to 15 C overall.
Aren't those new cards just like
optimizing
insanely high on the wattage as well?
I'm pulling 250 right now in game.
Yeah, those are some pretty high wattage cards.
Yeah. The good thing is that my CPU is super solid and it doesn't really pull anything. I think I'm barely pulling like maybe 120, 150 watts at most on the CPU, just in game, not doing anything. When I'm streaming and I'm actually like using the CPU and whatnot, then I can actually see a little bit of a jump. But
well, it's based on the game. So like you'll come across games that are very CPU reliant, and then you'll come across games that are very GPU reliant.
Yeah.
In my time, I've actually like experienced many of those. It's like a constant back and forth. You'll come across games that are just like CPU hogs and they barely even use the GPU, and then you'll come across ones that are GPU hogs and they barely even touch the CPU. Very rarely do I ever come across a game that's like both.
Yeah. I mean, I'm good either way. I've got a 5900X.
K. Hagen's wisdom.
I
Got a
can't.
ton of like mid-grade uniques. I need to offload in a swappy game.
Speaking of like
Of, like-
mid-grade uniques, so I was doing a video, or I had an idea for a video, and basically I'm just gonna do a video on like the top upgradable items.
Yeah.
And so I started compiling a list of like the top items, and it started getting really long. It was like just to give you guys like an idea. Like let me pull up my list real quick, and I was going through my own videos, like because I literally have gone through like all the stuff. So here's my top upgradable items list. Haas, Guardian Angel, Eth Titans, pretty much all normal difficulty belts with exception to Blade Buckle. Hone Sudan, Goblin Toes, Rib Cracker, Eth Skulders, Viper Magi, K. Hagen's, Shaft Stop, Gore Riders, Witch Wild String, Moser's Blessed Circle, Mage Fist, Duriel Shell, Butcher's Pupil, Gold Strike Arch, Head Striker, and Jalal's Mane. Those were like the main ones. And then I was like, but there's also Steel Driver, Bone Snap, Demon Machine, Blood Rise, Bone Flesh, Rock Fleece, Wizentraw, Ice Blink, Gold Skin, Blood Fists, Kuko Kushaku, Hawkmail, Rock Stopper, Blade of Alibaba, Kelpie Snare. And it adds up to like some like 35 or 40 items or something like that. And
Yeah.
I was like, I could just split it into like 2 or 3 videos.
Yeah, I'm sitting on what is it? 2 Geeds, a Wolf's Howl, a Giant Skull, a Spirit Keeper, 2 Chance Guards that are like one's 32, one's 31's like decent Chance Guards, Gladiator's Bane, Aki, Scolders. Like, I've been coming across some like halfway decent stuff here within the last 40-50 runs that I've done for Diablo runs.
It's always just been completely random for me.
I've got a nice caster ring. I've got a 10 cast rate with 73 mana and 17 poison res and 5 MF. Like a decent immortal Sork ring. Got a dual leech ring that I came across. Got a really nice gold fine barb, 2 to Warcries, 10 FCR, 31 gold.
Man, I almost died so hard like earlier. Like my health was like at like 10.
Oh god.
It was pretty bad. I panicked and ran. I'm so close to freaking 97. Like I'm already what am I, 4 and 1/4 bar or something like that. I'm pretty close.
So I have done a total of 205 Diablo runs with the all the auras character, and out of 205 runs, I went from level 90 and a half to I just clicked over to 93 in 205 runs.
I mean, that's not bad at all.
It's not terrible.
Especially since you're basically magic finding, right?
Yeah, I'm literally just doing runs to do runs. I'm not necessarily magic finding, I'm counting how many runs in between high runes. So I did like 35 runs, and then I found a Sir. And I was like, okay, now I'm gonna start my counter. So I guess I've done like 240 runs in total. And then since run 35, I'm basically started the counter over at 0, and now I'm at 205. I haven't found a single high rune. It's all been in P1.
I mean, I've noticed that P1 is probably the worst for rune drops.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, as soon as you get a couple extra people in the game, just 2 more people, so you have a three man running. Like that's usually enough to increase the drop rate significantly. That 3-man is what really bumps it up quite a bit.
Yeah. I was just curious though. Oh, I found a set of 41 ward traps as well that I'm actually using now.
Nice.
I found 3 geeds. I found a 35, a 31, and a 26. So I'm using the 35.
My Geeds is kind of insane.
A bunch of like 7 and 6 MF small charms.
You know what's the
That
funny thing
20
though,
line
when it comes to
expensive
charms and
cosmetic.
stuff like that? Magic card doesn't matter.
Oh, I know. It's just what I have found during the runs, basically, is what I'm basing it on, and I've just been using a Naja's Puzzler for teleport. The random times that River of Flame spawns the bugs. They take so long with Fist of the Heavens to actually kill and grind through.
Ugh. Yeah, the bugs are a pain in the butt. Depends on the character.
Yeah.
When I've tried to kill them on my Fist of the Heavens, like character that I was testing, it didn't go well.
Yeah, it just takes forever. Like, I can do it. It's not a problem. It takes way too long. It just
Whoa,
slows
whoa,
the
whoa, Joy. Okay, I can't show you my Geeds. All right. How about you show me your Geeds and I'll show you mine? Okay. How about quid pro quo? All right. Quid pro quo, Joy. Now, where's my Geeds? Where are you? Am I holding it? No, I'm not holding it. I took it out because I was... Yeah, there it is right there. There's my Geeds. It's a 36% MF with 148 gold find and 15% vendor. It's a pretty sexy one. It's a high MF, high. It's perfect on the vendor prices, and then pretty nice on the gold as well. It's not perfect, but nobody's perfect.
I want to beg to differ on that statement.
See, I knew somebody would. I knew they would.
I have a character on non-ladder that is 100% perfect.
Nobody's perfect.
Defense, everything.
Nobody's perfect.
It even has perfect defense items on it.
But do
I
you,
spent a
but do
lot
you
of time
play
and
it
effort.
perfectly?
I like to think so.
It's terrible. It's terrible. You're fired.
Ah, that is probably true.
What do you need?
What?
Let's just say this. It's not on hardcore, so I wouldn't say that I could play it perfectly. It's the only thing I can't say about it. If it was on hardcore, I could say yes, I do play it perfectly, because I've never died.
Oof. Such bad luck with my frickin' crafts today. Bad. I did a bad craft. Do 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 do. I wasted all my runes. Do 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 do.
I did too.
And I sung some tunes. Do 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 do. Did a bad thing. Yeah, 4 hours in, Steam Deck is still going. I mean, isn't that as much as an important qualifier for a device? Like, especially as a PC gamer? Like, than
I
anything?
think the average person doesn't even play 4 hours straight.
Really?
Yeah.
Dude, I like rarely ever, if ever, like, don't play. Like, 4
We are
plus
above
hours.
average player time.
Like, I think I've got like a higher tolerance for like grinding, I think, than most people do. I'll grind my eyeballs till my eyeballs bleed.
Same.
Never dying on hardcore is impressive, Joy. Actually, let's rephrase that. Never dying on hardcore is literally the par for the course. Like, because if you die, you're under par, and under par means you've lost. So, like, if you're gonna hit par, you can't die. There's no eagle, by the way. You don't get an eagle. It's just par. It's called pass fail. Pass fail.
Oh,
No, grinding isn't always negative. The problem with grinding and why it kind of gets associated with more of a negative thing has to do with whether grinding is intentional or not. I think a lot of people are okay with grinding when it's like not intentional, almost where it's almost accidental. Kind of like where a developer really didn't quite know what he was doing and just made something that was really cool, and everybody kind of jumped on the bandwagon. It's like, hey, I'd really like to have this item, and then you're like, oh, well, it's going to take me like forever. And the developer's like, we're trying our best to fix this issue. You know, like, we understand that some people are going 300 runs without getting an item. We're looking into this or something, you know. Like, it's kind of almost like okay when it's an accident or it's like not intentional. But like when the developers deliberately make you jump through hoops like you're a freaking dolphin in a SeaWorld exhibit, like it starts to get not as acceptable. And there's like this fine line where like the person who's doing the grinding has to like almost understand that, hey, they're not being like taken advantage of. It's strange, like the fine line between what grinding people find acceptable and what grinding people don't find acceptable. It also has to do with what's at the end, you know? Like that's also a pretty big thing. Like are you gonna grind for what's essentially a Snickers bar? Or are you gonna grind for a 24 pack of Snickers bars? Like, you know, there's a difference. You know, is the reward actually worth all the heartache? Final Fantasy XI is a really good example of this. They had like the most grindy weapon in like the world. You could have freaking Excalibur or like Massamoon or something, and it was so grindy to get the weapon. But they made the weapon so ridiculously good. Like, that people looked at the grind and they were like, you know what? I'm going to spend 3 years of my life on this.
yeah. I mean, Path of Exile did it pretty decent too. Like their top piece of currency is the Mirror of Kalandra, and it basically allows you to create a mirror duplicate of any item in the game that is not already currently a mirror. You can literally just find the craziest, best item and just mirror it. make a
And
copy
double
of
it,
it.
huh? Double,
Yep.
double bubble, toil and trouble.
But that mirrored item cannot be then mirrored again, so only the person who has the original item can benefit from it. And like once they find crazy items like that, a lot of people set up like mirror services. To put in Diablo terms, it's basically I'm gonna charge you like 10 high runes, and you bring your mirror of Kalandra and 10 high runes, you give me 10 high runes, and I will allow you to use your mirror on my item and create a duplicate of my item. And it's awesome. But at the same time, a mirror is so rare to find. You think finding a natural Zod is bad? Whew! That mirror is insane. It is dinner time. I shall return in about an hour.
Oh, don't remind me, I'm starving.
Later.
Gothic bow.
I can't carry any.
Blast bark, is that what that is? Blasty barker. Oh, it's Gold Strike Arch. Oh, that's right, Gold Strike Arch. Well, we gotta check out the rolls. Gold Strike Arch is one of those crazy bows that actually can be like crazy good, but it has such terrible rolls, and most of the time when it comes to the Gold Strike Arch, it ends up rolling terrible. But if you do ever actually find a perfect Gold Strike Arch, it's actually like one of like the best in slot bows for a couple characters. It actually competes against Wind Force, believe it or not, because of the massive amounts of enhanced damage that it has on it in multiple forms. Alright, so according to the Google, Gold Strike Arch is 250% enhanced, 200 to 250%, so it's a perfect on the ED. It's also 1 to 200% on both the demon and undead damage, so we rolled 195 on the demon. That is really high, but only 112 on the undead. So it's low on the undead, high on the demon, perfect on the enhanced damage, so that's actually pretty sexy. And I think that's the only... No, the attack rating also rolls. The attack rating rolls between 100 to 150%. So this is actually a very sexy Gold Strike Arch. Holy crap. This is really close to perfect. The only thing that didn't roll good was the undead damage, but for the most part, this is actually one of the highest damage Gold Strike Arches I've seen in a long time. So what you have to do to actually to get it to the point where it's usable is you have to upgrade it. Let's see. Oh, do I have a Pull Rune? I don't think I have a Pull Rune, do I? I do not. I got Fowls, I got Vexes, I got Gulls, I got Souls, I got Lemmies. I got Lemmy Runes. I also don't have an emerald to upgrade it with, so I don't even know what I'm doing. I guess I'm gonna have to wait on that. That's actually a really sexy bow, very, very, very sexy. I'd like to get that upgraded and get an idea of what kind of damage that thing's running. Emeralds! I'll take all emeralds. Don't you tease me with flauds. Mine. Ah, see, somebody knows. Agent Fletcher doesn't know, but Jesse Thoth knows. Jesse Thoth knows.
Good afternoon.
What's up, Trustworthy? In my wants video, will the currency tab have stackable items? It's a, I mean, it's something that is in the stages of development, like, not by me, so I have no clue. I mean, it's an image. I'm pretty sure if you look at the image, it has numbers on it, so I'm pretty sure they do stack on that, on the currency tab. What build am I using now? I'm a dual dream Tesladin with spamming holy bolts. The Godzilla.
Not here.
It even says it on the Diablo wiki page. It says, if upgraded, Goldstrike Arch is one of the best options for a Boazon in terms of damage output, along with the Faith Runeword and the Wind Force Bow. It has to do with the 200% ED and the 150% bonus to attack rating, along with the 50% increased attack speed that's on the bow. All of it is kind of crazy. It upgrades to the same class bow as the Wind Force as well. It goes to a Hydra bow. It's PvE though, obviously, because undead damage and demon damage is not going to help you in PvP. So it's not going to be a PvP bow. Most definitely not. It's going to be a PvM bow, players versus monsters. A perfect Goldstrike Arch is very hard to come by, Jesse. It has way too many variables. It's way too many variables. If you have one of those, it's super duper ridiculously rare. That's one of the reasons why you don't see people use upped Goldstrike Arches more often, is because they are unfortunately just very difficult to come by in the appropriate state that makes them worth using. Oh god. Freaking holy freeze monsters. There's so many freaking punk ass monsters. Ring. Power Rangers. Go go Power Rangers. The Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
I can't carry it.
Hyperion Javelin. The javelin of the Hyperion.
Not even death can save you from me.
Wow, that's bad. It's... Woo, that thing is ridiculously bad. Hey, a mesh belt. Gloom, gloom, gloom. It's a gloomy belt. It's a very gloomy belt. Oh yeah, they've been running the same temperature pretty much the entire time, walking dude. I've been just kind of just messing with it, you know. Tomac, why you always gotta say that? I think you're doing it on purpose, sir. You know the auto moderator gonna catch you every single time you be inserting that phallic word into your sentences. The Chaos Finger. Yeah, dual res, attack rating, and 15 strength. It's kind of nice. Oh yeah, we already killed him. We already killed him. He's dead. I bet you if you put what upgraded gold strike arch, like perfect, of course, socketed it, probably put like an ED jewel in there or something, probably a 15% ED jewel, and then put like laying of hands on for the 350 demon, fortitude for the 400. Probably like a G-face or something for some extra crushing blow, along with like gore riders. I bet you that thing would frickin' hit like a Mack truck. You made the stream again, Vote? Well, congratulations. Tune in tomorrow and I pretend to be a cat. Tune in next time on Dragon Ball Z. Honestly, any of the elite bases? Ooh, sorry. Any of the elite bases ethereal are usually pretty good, Vote. Elite bases being things like Scarab Husk, Wire Fleece, you know, Archon Plate, etc. When it comes to the mercenary, it's more important to look at how much strength your mercenary has and figure out which armor better matches them. There's also a run walk penalty on armors, so if you are specifically counting on your mercenary to get in there and dish out some punishment, you might want to avoid some of the run walk penalty armors, the ones that have like the higher run walk penalties. Take for instance, let me as an example, the Act 5 mercenary has relatively high strength, so you could potentially go with an ethereal sacred armor. That could be a very interesting choice. Ethereal Hellforge plate, ethereal, a lot of different choices for him. Whereas an Act 2 mercenary is going to have a much lower strength requirement, and you're going to be more likely to go with a lower number armor. You know, something like an Archon plate, or a maybe like a bone weave. You know, there's a lot of different options. A lower res wand. Does anybody need a lower res wand for their character? Put it on swap, cast some lower res on stuff. It's level 2 lower res with 75 charges. I mean, if nobody wants it, I'll probably just maybe I'll hang on to it. I don't know. What's up, Lord Dacees? Lord Dacees says he's in his movement. He's a Lord Dacees and he's got improvement. He took himself to a course at the store and he got himself some cigarettes and more. And he's not a very nice dude, that's okay. 'Cause he really wanted to sail away. As a meme, you tried to gamble Geeds. You haven't gotten a Geeds in 20 years, really? I find Geeds often enough. They're not like super rare. They're just uncommon. They're like the sheer number of Grand Charms that fall on a regular basis means that you have a chance to find a Geeds basically every time a Grand Charm falls if you're in the right zone. And it's really just a matter of time before one usually falls. Oh, griffins. I found a couple griffins. One of the griffins that I found was in Ancient Tunnels. It was actually on this game too. It was at the beginning of non-ladder. So when non-ladder first started and everybody was super excited, I actually found a griffins, a pretty decent griffins too. In Ancient Tunnels. I didn't need it at the time because I wasn't running a lightning character. Ended up trading it off to Deviant Brute, who's in our kinship. And yeah, I mean I found 2 of them so far in like my entire playthrough. They're pretty rare. I feel like you have a much better chance of trading for one. Come on down, Mr. Infector. Mr. Infector Souls. I'll take you to the bank-a-lanka, tank-a-lanka, pank-a-lanka. Ow! You little punks. Give me all them potions.
I am overburdened.
Must have forgot to click on a seal. I mean, that's generally my suggestion to most people when they tell me they can't find things. Like, don't look for specific objects. Don't look for specific things, okay? The best way that I can explain to you how you should play Diablo is to not look for specific objects. Never go into the game and go, hey, I want to find this item today. I'm gonna farm this monster for 10 years and see if I can get this particular item to fall from this monster. Because what happens is the entire time while you're trying to farm that monster, that specific monster, you're basically ignoring anything else that drops. Nothing else matters because you're hyper-focused on this one item that you absolutely have to have. And instead of like enjoying and having fun with the items that you do obtain, you are instead just looking at essentially garbage. Like you're like, oh, okay, well that's garbage. Well, I saw a lion branded charm on the ground. Did I drop one of my charms on the ground like an idiot? I did, and somebody picked it up. Oh well.
Good evening.
I could request my charm back, but you don't have to give it to me. Whoever picked up my lion branded charm, could you please drop it back on the ground? I would like it back. Otherwise, I can put my geeds back in my inventory. Where the hell's my geeds at? It wouldn't be the first time I've accidentally dropped items. I died one time. It was the most hilarious thing. I literally died, and as I was dying, I dropped my gloves on the ground, and they were like really good gloves, and I was freaking pissed. And I had to go back and get my body naked, and then like run over and pick up my gloves. I was afraid somebody was gonna take them too, because it was online. Like I didn't want anybody to go grab my gloves. Freaking die and drop your equipment on the ground while you do it. Oh man. That was a good one. That was a good stretch. Felt good. Who else remembers in high school and like middle school and stuff? You'd be taking some super long test, right? Teacher would come in. Teacher would be like,
Okay, students. I know you guys have been at this for a long time. So I want everybody to stand up. Come on, stand up. I want everybody to just put your pencils down. Put your pencils down and everybody stand up. Okay, now everybody stand. Now everybody stretch your arms up in the air. Everybody stretch your arms. So move your head around. Everybody do a little bit of jumping jacks. Now does anybody feel better? All cramped up at the desk. Or walk around a little bit.
I'm cracking myself up here.
Now make sure you fill out the test with a number 2 pencil. It's gotta be a number 2 pencil, okay? Has to be a number 2. If it's a number 3, or a number 1, or a number 7, it's the wrong one. If you don't have a number 2 pencil, I will provide you one.
Bringing back them old school memories, boys. Number 2 refers to the softness of the lead. So if you get into art, you start to learn about different pencils, different art pencils. And the thing that really bugged me was, you know, like nobody had those pencils. Like unless you were an art student, nobody had those pencils. So the grade for pencils is goes from B to basically like 7B, which is like really soft. So the higher the B is, the softer the pencil. So it's basically 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? So like a number 2 is like basically a soft pencil. It's a number 2 soft, so it's not like super soft like Charmin soft or anything, but it's it's soft. And then it also went the other way, so it went into hard pencils. There was the H, and then there was the HB, which was a hard soft. It was like a half hard, half soft pencil, and then it goes to H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6, and like the 7H pencil was like a really hard lead, and it like barely drew at all. And the reason why you have all these different pencils is because you can do like amazing things with different like hardnesses of the pencils. It makes a huge difference in like the quality of the drawing. I used to do a lot of artwork. I actually have a lot of drawings that I've done. I wonder if I've got any of them that I could show you guys. There's a Vash the Stampede drawing that I did, but that's not shaded. I want to show you guys something that's shaded. Like, let me see if I've got anything to show you guys. I'm not sure if I actually still have the files, because it's been so long since I've drawn anything. I do have some of my work. Okay. Interesting. What do I want to show you guys? Here's one of my favorites. This is Itachi, obviously, with the Sharon gone, and as you can see, there's different shades of pencil. So, like around his eyes, it's very dark. I used a lighter shading for like the skin, kind of gives him a kind of like a more realistic look. Obviously, his cloak is a different form of shade as well than everything else, and his eyes are a different shade, and so forth and so on. And everything has a different shade to it. And that's all just pencils. Like, you know, you can apply different pressure, you can have different hardnesses, softnesses, so forth and so on, and you can make pretty amazing things with some pretty good art pencils. Let me see if I got anything else cool. I drew a silly squirrel. You guys want to see my silly squirrel? There you go. There's my silly squirrel. He's a very silly squirrel. What else did I draw? Oh yeah, Gara. I got Gara. There's Gara. I actually used some special pencils for that. They're called watercolor pencils. They're actually really cool. The red and the blue are watercolor pencils. Oh yeah, here's Blair from I think that's Soul Eater. That's Blair from Soul Eater. Can I rotate this? I can rotate it. Okay. Well, that was not what I wanted to do. That just rotated it back. I've done a lot of different stuff. This is the Copy Ninja. It's Kakashi and what's his name from the Cloud. Can't even remember. I used to draw stuff all the time. I had lots of free time though. I was working in the call center, and you know, yeah. I think I got Ichigo. I'm pretty sure I got Ichigo on here. Where's my Ichigo at? Ah, this one. You guys know how I'm always singing Captain Planet songs? There you go, buddies. There you go. Captain Akatsuki, he's our hero. Gonna kill the entire planet, you know. He's got powers magnified, and he's gonna get your Jinchuriki. That's right, Captain Akatsuki. Gonna take your city down to 0. Okay, I may be silly, alright? I might be silly, but you guys are silly for watching me. So, ha! Ha, double ha! Double, triple ha. Where's the Ichigo? I know I have an Ichigo in here somewhere. Oh yeah, I made this one too. It's a chibi doll. It's Urahara. It's a Urahara chibi doll. Where are you, Ichigo? Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's not Ichigo, but that's cool too. Where's all the loot stuff? I ain't showing you none of the loot stuff. You want that? You're gonna have to go to my. You're gonna have to go to my DeviantArt page, which I am not gonna tell you guys what it is. There you go. Artwork for you guys. Oh look, it's one of my swords that made it into the top worst items in the game. Did I already kill? No, I didn't kill the Diablo yet. Invoca limited edition Dragon Ball Super One Piece Demon Slayer watches? What the hell? Shoot me a link. I will take a look at this watch. Linketh me, sir. Linketh. Look here, Viper Shifter. I ain't got time. I don't know what you thought. Ow. Ruad. Resistance is 5. Captain, oh, the tiara. +1 necro.
Not even death can save you from me.
Oh, sucker! Bum 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 bum. I'm gonna take this performance overlay down a notch. It's kind of taking up way too much screen space. What is the best Eth armor for Act 2 mercenaries? Honestly, whichever one you can get with decent defense. If you're looking for something with like 700 plus defense, anything over around 700 plus with Eth is usually a pretty decent roll for ethereal. To give you an idea, let's see here. Let me pull up Archon plates. So the maximum defense on an Archon plate is 524. And then what you do is you add 50% to the 524. So 524 plus 50%. So you're looking at 786 is the maximum defense for an Archon plate, ethereal. So what you're looking for is somewhere between like 725 to 786 defense Eth plate. It's really just the defense that you're worried about. You want to make sure that you're putting it in a decent base. It can be a little bit higher than that. I think if you've got like the plus 15% like superior version. Those are kind of rare to come by though. And my head is killing me today. Killing me dead. Killing me dead. That's a deed, deed, deed. It's a deed is a breed. That's a decent base. 724 lacquered plate with 4 sockets is a decent base. What's the strength requirement on the lacquered plate? Make sure your mercenary can use the strength. Use it. Lacquered plate is what, like 220, I think. Trying to remember off the top of my head. If he can't use it, then it's going to be a bad base, obviously. 198. Does he have 198 strength? Just check him. Sounds like you're good to go then. Believe it or not, 220 is the sacred armor, and a lot of people, when they get to an end game level character, they will actually hunt for like a perfect ethereal sacred armor, which is 220 strength. And once you get your character set up properly, the extra defense on the sacred armor is worth min-maxing for. So people actually go to that. But it's kind of hard to find a kind of a perfect ethereal sacred armor. They're not really that easy to come by. And your mercenary has to be really high level. Like he's got to be like level 90, like 6 or level 97. Like he's not going to be able to wear that plate without some kind of enhancement to his strength. Death rune. Well, how many more millions to go before I hit level 97? I'm at 2 billion. I can barely even read it. Like, the resolution scale is terrible. 2,857,000,000, and I need 2,962,000,000. So about 105 million. Give or take a couple 100,000. Yeah, if it's your, if this is your first Fortitude, if you have any other melee characters that want to use Fortitude, I would not recommend making it in an ethereal base. Your first Fortitude should probably always be, that's right, probably always, get it right, should probably always be in a non-ethereal base. And the reason is because if you want to use that on any other character, obviously ethereal is not going to lend itself well to sharing between characters, which, you know, is a downside. So your first Fortitude should probably be in a non-ethereal base, and then when you've got, you know, your Fortitude for your characters, then you can try and beef up your Merc a little bit more. It's not really a huge difference between an ethereal and a non-ethereal Fortitude anyway on a mercenary. They still get the nice enhanced damage. They still get the nice effects. They just lose a little bit of defense. All that, and he doesn't even have the low rune to put it in there. Oh, I feel like Jabba the Hutt right now. Superior dimensional blade. Oh, it's not it. 5 socket, no idea. Oh man. I don't know, I've always seen defense as a pass-fail scenario. It seems like defense is more or less always pass-fail. Like, basically what I mean by that is, like, either you have enough and the monsters are having trouble hitting you, or you don't have enough and the monsters are picking you up and throwing you in the water. Like, it's if you have enough defense, usually you're fine, and if you don't have enough defense, usually you're not fine. And I just realized my numlock key wasn't turned on. Nice, 10 max, 38 life GC. Those are great, Alex. I have a similar one. It's my 12% faster hit recovery, 10 max. Pretty sexy. Yeah, which is why you, when you're in situations where you need defense, that's why you walk. mean, I think the more important question, Vote, is what is your mercenary wearing right now? Like, I mean, people hyper-focus on these rune words that some of the other YouTubers will tell them that they have to make their character work, and the moral of the story is that you may not ever get it. Like, especially when it comes to things like Infinity, you might never actually ever get an Infinity. Like, you can't base your character around that, just like you can't base your character around a Fortitude. You might not even find a low rune. You might find a Sur rune instead. So I mean, what does your mercenary actually have on him? He has a Insight Thresher, a Vampire Gaze. Why don't you make him a Duress? Duress is cheap, and honestly, in many situations, Duress is actually superior to Fortitude, specifically because it has, you know, more boss killing mechanic effects on it, as opposed to the, enhanced damage, which is more like trash mob killing mechanic. Duress can be an extremely potent armor. Just type in ! Duress. I'm pretty sure that I have a bot command. You could also make him a Treachery, but I feel like it would be wasted on your guy because he's already using an Insight Thresher, which is going to be pretty darn fast. He probably doesn't even need the increased attack speed because he's probably already near or close to the attack speed breakpoint that he needs to be at, because Threshers are insanely fast items. Which is why I'm thinking Duress. I think Duress would make a good choice. Treachery is a decent choice too, but like I said, you're kind of like, I don't really think you need the attack speed, I guess is what I'm saying. Well, you're in luck, James, because we've been playing on the Steam Deck all day long. 4 hours and 55 minutes of pure Steam Deck fun. Yeah, I ordered mine 11 months ago, James. 11 months ago. Finally got it. Finally. You know what's funny is I started to get like really salty. I started to get really salty about the Steam Deck. You guys are gonna laugh. Like, I would see a video pop up on my feed about the Steam Deck, and the first thing I would do is comment like, "If I had one." Yeah, but he has his Insight in a Thresher, which is already a really fast base. So I'm kind of thinking that he doesn't necessarily need the IAS, but, you know, it could work out. I do rather enjoy the boss killing potential of Duress over the other. A Diablo Grand Charm. It's a Diablo Grand Charm. Who wants found a Boblo Grand Charm. I found a Boblo Grand Charm, and I gone to put it to bad use. Boblo. Let's re-roll it, shall we? Why not? We'll do a couple re-rolls. We'll see what happens. Alright. Heebie-jeebie-beebies. Let's do 1, 2, 3. What? Okay. I don't know what to think about this charm. Like, 43 is a lot of life, and 27 is a lot of poison resistance, and, like, I'm not gonna say that it's terrible. In fact, I've had a lot of situations where I was fighting Lilith where I really needed the extra poison res, and, like, I wouldn't turn that down in a situation where I was fighting Lilith. I'm gonna hold on to it. That's kind of sexy, actually. The level requirement on it, though, like, holy crap, the level requirement is kind of high. 83. It's a level 83 charm. That's a little high. Whew. That's a little high. Nah, because if you put on Trex, you got to take off Gores, and if you take off Gores, you lose your open wounds, you lose your deadly strike, you lose your crushing blow. It's not really a good way to get your poison res. Unless Trex is part of your best in slot. If Trex is part of your best in slot, then by all means. But if you're a melee or range character that's relying on Gores for the effects, that's right. You heard me. I said.
I am back.
Oh Lord, he's back. He didn't bring me no food either.
Nope. So good, I ate it all.
Didn't bring me nothing.
Nope. It was a very bland dinner, which is perfect.
A bland dinner? Why is it bland?
My stomach condition. I can't have anything.
So you got to
spice
assert
for it.
dominance. You got to just like eat 12 ghost peppers. It's just be like, look,
Dude, I can
my
eat whatever I want. I
stomach.
just have to pay the consequences for it later.
you will listen to me.
I tried that one time. I put some of the cracked red pepper stuff that they put in pizzas, like the little pizza packets that they have.
Mm-hmm.
I put like just a little bit on a piece of pizza and was like running to the bathroom like an hour later. It did not agree with me at all.
Dominance. I've had problems with my stomach like my whole life. I just live with it. I don't even really care anymore. I'm just a horrible broken person.
Yeah, the older I get, the more I feel that way.
This was when I was 15. And 16, and 17, and 18, and 19, and 20. Has nothing to do with my age. Just a
Didn't
horrible
start
broken person.
until- Mine didn't start until, was it late 2020? I overstressed and overworked my body at work and paid the price for it. But working 15 to 20-hour days, 7 days a week for a couple of months straight, I'll do that to you.
Yeah, I don't think I would do that. I don't think I would do that.
Yeah, I kind of had to. It was my job.
I don't think that would be my job for very much longer.
Oh, it's not anymore.
I'm gonna be out of there. I'll be like, alright, look.
I mean, it was nice. The work time was great.
I don't know. It's interesting, like the dilemma, like with me, because I've always been, ever since I was really young, I've always realized that like I really enjoyed physical labor, like just I'm like the kind of guy who could go outside and fucking chop wood for like 17 hours and just have like fun with it and come home and just like pass out on the couch. But
yeah.
like I've always been more interested in like the computer world. It was like Hurricane Isabel, when Hurricane Isabel came through in Virginia. Like we had like 8 trees fall down like in our yard, and I spent like the 2 weeks that the power was out like cleaning up the trees, and it was a very fun and like rewarding time. I remember going to sleep and sleeping so good that like I wish I could reproduce that sleep, like even just once, because it was just so nice and so restful, and when you woke up you just felt so good. Like it was amazing. And I don't know, it's just weird.
For me, I'm in security. So for me, being in Houston and being in security and whatnot, I was downtown during all the protests and whatnot, and working 18-hour days. Working the protests and stuff was basically that. It was very physically demanding and very mentally demanding. And yeah, when you get home after basically being on like high alert all day, just being hyper focused and hyper alert is very, very taxing on the body.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
It was fun, but at the same time, the circumstances and everything, it was not fun. It was not fun at all.
So a long time ago, my niece, she brings me 2 baby squirrels, and the 2 baby squirrels were like just old enough where they were like okay to be raised, I guess, by hand, and I raised them by hand. I'm like literally the worrying parent kind of a situation where literally you're just like hyper aware of their existence and like trying to make sure they don't die in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
And you can't even sleep. Like you try and go to sleep and like you wake up like 15 minutes later and then you go check on them to make sure they're all right. And it's terrible. It's just terrible. It's awful. Who needs sleep? You know, you're just, I'll just stand here and stare at the container. Cause you're like afraid, what a squirrel's gonna get out? Are they gonna get out? Are they gonna burn to death in there? Cause I had like a heating pad, because it said online that you had to put a heating pad in there with them. Like there's all sorts of little stupid craps that you gotta do.
Come on, come down here. Come to the monster shrine. You can do it.
Being a carpenter makes you sleep good? Alright, Graham Scott. When I hit 20,000 subscribers, I'm gonna need a real Herodric cube from you, carpenter. Alright? Get the carpenting. I need a real Herodric cube. Carpenter boy. Is the Steam Deck worth it? I would say honestly that the Steam Deck's worth is going to be very highly based upon what you're looking for and how big your game library is. Like if you're a PC gamer and you've already got like a library of like 1,000 games or some crazy number on Steam, then it's like a no-brainer. Like it's a freaking handheld console that's going to take advantage of your entire game library. Like, but if you're like a console gamer and you don't have any PC games, it might not be a good choice. Or maybe if you're a person who really wants like a laptop or something like that and you just don't really have the money. You know, the $400 version is actually a pretty nice laptop. Like if that's what you want to see it as. You like my expression on the thumbnail? I did that one just for everybody. I was like, here, let me do my thumbnail, and I literally did the expression live for everybody. Live at Arsenio Hall. Uh-oh, Chunks just found a burr rune.
Another one? Jesus.
Another one. Or maybe it's the same.
Yeah.
Maybe he's just showing off his burn rune to everybody.
Nah, he's been a madman doing bail runs the last, like, week.
A saint? He always said it happened again. 2 burr runes in a row, huh? Sexy smaxy. Not even death can save you from me. I've heard it so many times, Diablo, and it's a lie. You're a liar. A lying liar.
Oh, that would have been nice with one more resistance.
A G-Tando.
Boots with 20 faster run walk, 10 faster hit recovery, 18 lightning res, and 9 poison res. So close to being good.
Sounds like you did the wrong thing, Paul Hurst. You rushed to the end. A lot of people make that mistake. They're like, oh, let me rush straight to the end and let me just like completely like deck out my character in like 10 days, and then when they're at the end they don't have anything to do because they rush to the end. Like, don't rush to the end. Try actually playing the game. Don't G-rush any characters. Don't like try your best to actually play the game. Like that's the advice I'm gonna give you. And if you actually play the game, believe it or not, you'll actually have fun.
What do you need?
I was talking with someone the other day about solo self-found, and we had a disagreement about what solo self-found meant. And the funny thing is during the conversation, he literally said what solo self-found means to him, and he's like it's recreating that first single player experience when you play through the game as a solo player. And I'm like exactly. I'm like, that's what I've been saying the entire time. I'm like, as a solo self-found player, your goal is to basically recreate that single-player experience when you played through the first time. And to do that, you have to follow certain rules. Like when you were a brand new player, you didn't know that, for instance, a Guardian Angel Templar code existed. So you wouldn't know to go and farm that Guardian Angel Templar coat from X particular monster. And what we were talking about specifically was that target farming items as a solo self-found player kind of betrays the idea of trying to recreate your first single-player playthrough. Because as a single-player person, you don't know those items exist, so you didn't know to target farm them. You just used what you got. What you got in the game was literally what came to you. That was your first playthrough. If you found a freaking awesome two-handed sword on your paladin, you were probably using it. You know, if you found something stupid that later on you realized just didn't go on your character, well, guess what? You were probably still using it because it was probably better than the piece of crap you had. And you cobbled your character together and you made it work. And you know, maybe you made your way to nightmare difficulty and you farmed a little bit and you found some random item that, like, you're like, what the hell is this? I don't even understand who would ever want to use this. And then you still end up using it. Like, that's the fun of that single player playthrough, is that it's almost like decided by what you find. And my argument was very simple, is that if you target farm specific items, if you basically utter the words, I'm going to farm X boss until he drops X item, you're essentially betraying the solo self-found ideal, which is essentially to allow the solo self-found character to form on its own as you play it. Because you're basically guiding the formation of the character. You're going, okay, well, I want to play this particular character, and I want these particular items, and I'm going to find these particular items, and I'm not going to stop farming this particular boss until I find this particular item so that my character is complete. And it's a completely different experience entirely. The winged knife. It's not ethereal there. Still a War Shrike. It looks like a pretty good one too. Here's my rules, Paul. If you wanna try, because I guarantee you're gonna have fun with my my rule set. This is my solo self-found rule set. So rule number 1: no target farming. You use what drops. Rule number 2: no sharing items between characters. Rule number 3: no specifically purchasing items from the stores. That means basically you're not allowed to go in and farm lower resist wands, teleport staffs. Like, you can't walk in and out of town 8,000 times until you get the perfect white base for your wand or leaf staff. You can't do those things because as a new character you wouldn't have done those things anyway. And rule number 3, or number 4, sorry, no trading. Try playing a character with those 4 rules. I guarantee you'll have a lot more fun than you've ever had on Diablo in your life.
Afternoon.
I'm not really sure what you're asking, Paul. How's the Cleveland Steam Deck? Why is it a Cleveland Steam Deck? Is it from Cleveland? Jimmy! Oh, did you see my stupid charm? I think you might have been AFK when I rolled it. I rolled a Grand Charm with 43 life and poison resistance is 27% or something like that.
Oh jeez.
And I was like, because I was re-rolling a Diablo Charm, and I was like, let me re-roll this Diablo Charm. Let me see what I get. And freaking just, I just kind of looked at it for a little while, and I'm like, you know, it's actually not terrible.
Actually kind of good.
Like, here, let me see if I can link it real quick. It has a really high level requirement, though. Look at that level requirement. By the way, to clarify the solo self-found rules that I just stated, you can farm. You can farm stuff. You just can't target farm. So like, for instance, if you wanted to kill Diablo 100 times, you can kill Diablo 100 times. And whatever he drops is whatever you use. If he happens to drop the item that you're looking for, then so be it. But, like, if you're looking for a belt, and Diablo drops a belt, then you use the belt. Like, it's really straightforward. Like, you know, you're not farming Diablo until your belt drops. You're just farming Diablo until a belt drops. And then when that belt drops, you're like, okay, I've got my belt. And if you're lucky and it happens to be the belt that you want, then so be it. But, you know, it's not a situation where you're like... Because you're going to get stuck. If you follow my rules, you're going to get stuck. You're going to end up in situations where your character isn't strong enough to proceed. And I've actually done this before. And what happens is, especially on like melee characters that really need that physical damage, a lot of the times without a melee weapon, a really good melee weapon, you will find yourself in a terrible situation where you can't proceed forward. And so you have to farm until you find a better weapon. And then once you find a better weapon, you continue forward. It's a situation where basically, just like when you were brand new to the game, just like when you first started as a character, you basically had to farm to continue. You know, you could not progress because your character wasn't strong enough, right? And so during that time period when you were unable to progress because your character wasn't strong enough, you had no choice but to, you know, like, just go farm some and try and get something. You didn't know what you were going to get because you didn't even know the items existed. But you farm anyway. You know, you're obviously you're going to farm anyway, and you're going to see what you can find.
Yeah, this is such a nice pair of boots, but no run walk on it. 29 fire res, 33 poison res, 67 gold find, and 5 MF.
I found some magic find boots earlier that were 24% MF, dual res, faster recovery, but they had no run walk on them.
I do have. It did just drop the unique holy water sprinkler, the fetid sprinkler.
The fetid sprinkler.
Really
it sprinkles.
Cool. I just don't like the competing curses. 10% chance to cast Confuse and 5% chance to cast Decrypify. really cool if it wasn't for that.
You guys crack me up sometimes in chat.
You find a decent charm though. 14 to mana and 1 to dex. Not a bad one for hitting max block.
Yeah, the
Help.
dex charms are really interesting. I wonder why they're not more like mainstream. Every now and then I'll see like a really sexy charm. It's got like the effect that everybody wants on it, and then it also has like max dex. And they're like, it's in me. And I'm like, that's a pretty sexy little charm, man. Like you can find skillers, like +1 skillers with 6 dex on them.
Oh, those are amazing. I'll take those any day of the week. Or strength. Strength or dex.
I mean, dex is attack rating, dex is block chance, dex is defense. I mean, if you're a range character, dex is also your actual ED. It's 6% ED.
Yeah, I go with that over like life. Everyone thinks that life or charms are like the end all be all, and I'm like, nah, I'd rather take the 5 strength because it helps me get gear and I can use that for vitality, so I get strength and a little bit of vitality out of it.
So, Paul, the reason why you are restricted from target farming is specifically for the exact reason that you just stated. So, rune words are something that you cannot make unless you target farm. Okay? So, the existence of rune words and the knowledge of the rune words is, yes, essentially something that you cannot erase from your mind. However, what you can do is you can prevent yourself from deliberately target farming those runes to make those rune words. In other words, even in the beginning of the game, even something as simple as a stealth armor, you're not allowed to go farm the Countess until you get Tal F, because you know that that makes the stealth rune word. However, if in your normal play you find Tal F, then you can make a stealth rune word. And it gets even more complicated later on, because when you're talking about a more ridiculously difficult rune word to farm for, it's going to be very difficult for you to get a hold of the runes that you need to make the rune words that you want to make without target farming. So you're going to be at the whims of the game. So if the game happens to drop you a Burr rune, or if it happens to drop you an rune, or if it happens to drop you a Lum rune, whatever the runes are that you get are what you can make. And you're not allowed to target farm specific runes because that is against the rule set. So you're basically, again, forced to use what you're given. So if the game gives you an rune and a Pull rune or something like that, maybe you can make yourself a Duress, or you can make yourself a, I'm trying to think of a couple different ones. Like, take, for instance, the Principal Armor, which is Ral Gull Eld. If you find a Gull rune from one of your forges, or you happen to find a Gull rune, that's something that you could make relatively easily for a Paladin. But if you don't find a Gull rune, you're not going to be able to make it. I mean, your playthrough of Diablo is extremely different when you target farm. If you specifically say, I want this item, and I'm going to get it, and you farm this item, and you get it, it is completely different than playing a character, and then you find a random piece of crap, and you put it on, and you make it work. A lot of the times when you do solo self-found in this method, your character, what kind of character you make, is often decided by what you find, not the other way around.
Not in town.
I gotta tell you, this Steam Deck playthrough today has been extremely pleasurable. I have had absolutely no issues with the Steam Deck. I mean, it runs hot, but I mean, I think the Steam Deck just runs hot. I don't really know what else to say other than it.
To be expected.
I think that's what it does. It runs hot. How am I teleporting with the Enigma armor? I use it specifically for seal popping. It's really just a speed thing. I just need to go fast as humanly possible. I'd rather not. If somebody has like a teleport paladin amulet, I would be more than happy to use that instead. Because then I can use my principal armor, and then I would actually be able to get my holy bolts off, which is a big part of my damage that I'm missing. Maybe I should make a video on it. I'll be like, Ginger GGM's solo self-found rules. Challenge yourself. Ah, lightning in. Go away. No, I'm using a mouse. I'm using a mouse and a keyboard. A physical mouse and a physical keyboard. In my unboxing video, I go over the dock. I have a USB-C dock which I have plugged into the system, and the USB-C dock allows me to plug in 2 USB devices. Which I have used for the keyboard and the mouse. I don't really know how you could stream portable mode. That would be a whole thing. I don't really know how you could do that. I mean, I could just like take a camera and I could point it at the screen. XP shrine? Alright. I haven't activated Diablo yet. What's up, mold crawler? Overburdened. The Guardian crown on the ground. Alright, you said your portal. Where you at, Act 5? Uh-oh. Don't curse me. 062 to 118. Oh, phase blade. Is it a Zero Wrath? 9 times out of 10, it's lightsaber. But it could be a Zero Wrath from Diablo, so there is a possibility. There is a small possibility. Minor at most.
At your service.
How may I be of help?
Two to cold skills, 3 to dex, 4 to replenish life, and 4 to all res enemy from Diablo.
I'm hiding over here. Amateur. Oh, it's just a lightsaber. Boo. Boo. Boo earns. Boo earns. Boo earns. Boo earns. That jank still cracks me up to this day. Grand Cham. Oh, you see that 777 gold on the ground? 777.
The anti-me gold.
It always amazes me how fast they die when you use the charged bolt and I use the conviction. Like, it's the combination of both of us together. He literally just like melts into non-existence. It's insane how quickly his HP goes down. Especially if the lower res proc gets on him too, then he's just like negative 100% lightning res, and then you just tap him with your fucking charge strike. Pretty sure this is a Diablo charm too. I'm gonna do one more roll.
I have a couple if you need a guaranteed one.
Oh, I got plenty sitting in here. I'm just messing
I
around.
figured you probably did.
All the Diablos I've been killing, like, ah.
I'm on 212 currently.
7% MF plus 2 max damage Grand Charm.
Hey.
Lucky
good for
Grand
you.
Charm of quality.
You are a melee character.
You just don't know quality when you see it. Oh god, fanaticism. Dude, the freaking Fireberg is kind of insane. I was talking about this the other day. So like, as a melee character, I don't really care about being in melee range of monsters. You know, I'm not a sorceress, so who cares? But like when I teleport into a group of monster, my fire merc is obviously in there with me, and as soon as I teleport in, he starts spamming fireballs. Like literally the moment we get in, he's just spamming fireballs, and because of the high density of like the situation where we're literally just like inside of a massive group of monsters, the fireball hits everything. Like it's like every single monster within that 3.3 yard or 4 yard radius or whatever it is. I think the tooltip is actually wrong. I remember looking it up one time, but it's like everything within that radius gets hit by the fireball. And so like in the middle of that little radius, he's just demolishing everything. And an Act 2 merc or an Act 5 merc or even an Act, maybe an Act 1 merc, but like couldn't do that because they're hitting one target at a time. Whereas my dude is literally hitting everything within the 4 yard radius around me. Like every time he fires the fireball. So he's hitting like 6 targets every single time he fires. And it's kind of impressive how much damage he dishes out in that small little zone.
It's really crazy at how good they actually are.
They only need a little bit of tweaking. I mean, they took Inferno away from the Fire Merc. That was like the big stuff right there. Because as long as they had Inferno, it was never going to be good. Seems to be doing pretty good, aggro. I've been streaming for 5.5 hours. Have not had any crashes. It's been holding up pretty nicely. I did it in both 1080p and I'm also in 800p. 800p kind of looks like crap though. I'd rather be playing in desktop mode, to be honest. But at the same time, I can't see the temps. I can't see any of that information in desktop mode, so that's the reason why I'm over here. But Boblo is dead again. And I think this is gonna be my last one. I've got to go to whack tomorrow, and then I got a double shift tomorrow too, and frickin' Afton's on vacation, so I gotta pick up the slack.
Sounds terrible.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough, and especially since I'm gonna be doing a live stream tomorrow for the cat game. So I've got to work that in somehow too, which means I need to get a good night's sleep tonight. Definitely. And then I'm probably going to get a nap tomorrow as well. Wake up around 4, probably do the Stray game. Play that all day, and then hop over to work. I will make it work somehow. Somehow. See, Tomac, now I know you're doing it on purpose. I know you're doing it on purpose. And ain't none of your comments getting through neither. I know you did it on purpose. Don't even pretend. That's it. You're fired. You're fired. 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 Oh, wow. Phase Blade. Another lightsaber.
Oh no.
Another lightsaber. Boo. Earns. Boo earns. I got excited there because I thought it was the same game as the last lightsaber that dropped. And 2 lightsabers can't drop in the same game, so I like rushed to identify it, only to find out it wasn't the correct item. Alright, boys and girls and squirrels, I'm going to call it a night. I'm going to get some sleep. This has been a pretty cool stream with the Steam Deck. I think it's held up really nicely. It is currently molten magma, though, on the backside, so I might have to refinish it. You know, repaint it. Paint's probably peeling off at this point. Before we go, I guess let's take a look at some of the Steam Deck stuff just for fun. Bink. I installed Overwatch as well. I wonder if Overwatch plays well. I really don't want to like get into a match of Overwatch though, because I'll be like in there for quite some time. Maybe we'll do that another day. We'll play Overwatch on the Steam Deck, and we'll see how that works. There was an error. Oh no. I get that all the time on Windows too, though. Half the time when I close Blizzard or the Battle.net launcher, it just automatically throws an error.
Yep. Does the same thing to me too.
So I don't really think that's anything to do with the Steam Deck so much as just yeah.
It's Battle.net being garbage.
I also installed Elden Ring on here, which I thought was pretty cool. It actually works pretty well. I was messing around with it the other day. I was messing around. Why is the screen so bright and blinding? Have I crashed the system? Why is the screen so bright and blinding? Did I crash it? Did I crash? No, it didn't.
Finally crashed it at the end.
No, I think Elden Ring might have crashed. Didn't even launch though. Like it was just kind of like it tried to launch, and like there was just like a blinding white screen. Unless maybe I just need to wait for it to load. Maybe it's just loading. Oh, no, there we go, because the white screen went away much faster this time than last time. Nothing like blinding your retinas before you start playing your game. Let me blind my retinas, yes, oh yes, I'd like to blind them, please. Yes. It's a dragonkin soldier. Holy crap, he hits hard. Where the hell did he come from? I fought several dragonkin soldiers, and That's the first time one, like, handed me my butt. Let's swap over to the Rivers of Blood. Dun 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 dun. See, now I gotta kill him because he made me look like a fool. Nobody makes Ginger Gaming Mentor look like a fool. Except for me. I can make myself look like a fool, but I'm the only one. Okay? Me, me, me. Man, he hit hard too, like dang. He took like 3/4 of my health away with one hit. It was not a pleasant experience. Oh, alright. Freaking turd. What's good? I know your hit. I know your stupid moves. I know your moves. Oh, you can disappear? Okay, I didn't know that move. That was actually one move I didn't know. Where you go, though? You just go poof. Where is you be? Oh, there you is. Is you be, or is you ain't be, my dragonkin soldier. Oh, is you be, or is you ain't be, my dragonkin soldier. That's it. That's all. You already did? Come back. Oh, you is back. Oh, hello, sir. Oh, you did a belly flop. You ain't even hit me. You ain't even hit me. That was some garbage. Lies. Lies and torment. Where'd you go? Stop going poof. How am I supposed to kill you if you go poof? Oh God, there's two of them. Oh God, there's two of them. Okay. Well then. Well then. Alright, boys and girls, it's been fun. I've had lots of fun today. As always, I do appreciate you guys and gals having fun with me. And as always, keep having fun.